Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I play the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Tom Rayleigh. The scenario is Saturnine Chalice. It was written by Matthew Sanderson, and it's included in a collection called Deadlight and Other Dark Turns. I'm the game master, and this is going to be a 4-hour-long one-shot. This will be the third time that we've run this scenario. We do have a new patron, and she is playing tonight. Jin Obertaz has pledged $5 a month to our channel. Thank you very much, Jin. So without any further delay,
you're very welcome.
Thanks. So without any further delay, let's begin our journey into the darkness. All right. There is a conference that is going to be going on in Ottawa. You are all professors at the Miskatonic University. It's unusual, but why don't you guys all tell us a little bit about yourselves? Jen, why don't you start?
Hello. I am Dr. Evelina Cronenshield from Boston, Massachusetts. I've been teaching here at Miskatonic for some years now. I teach the Romance languages at Miskatonic, and let's just say my family wasn't exactly thrilled when I decided to join up. But such is the way things go. Boston blue bloods, you know.
David, why don't you go?
I'm Dr. Martin Palermo. I was born in Madrid, but moved to the States when I was a child. I am a practicing psychologist, and I've studied psychiatry and teach psychology at Miskatonic. I have a particular interest in abnormal psychology and the beliefs of far-flung peoples.
Zach?
I am Professor Elias Jackson, visiting professor from Louisiana State University, Baton Rouge. Primarily teach history, but mainly focusing on the Reconstruction era of the South.
Yosef?
I'm Dr. Quilton Fellows. Although I'm a doctor of anthropology, I know a bit about archaeology as well, and prefer to be out in the field rather than in the stuffy lecture halls, where I'm forced to lecture to snotty-nosed kids at the Miskatonic. Used to smoke a pipe, but I've lost it, so I've taken up this opportunity to give up.
And Josh?
I am Dr. Archibald Webster. I am a professor of the humanities specializing in the classics, particularly Greco-Roman literature, and I have a particular fascination with Dante's Inferno. I've studied it quite thoroughly, and while I certainly don't mind the lecture hall, I have to agree with my colleague, Dr. Quinton Fallows, when he says that I'd much rather be buried in a book or out in the field than I would be in front of the lecture hall.
Right. So the five of you hop in one of your big touring cars. Why don't we decide whose touring car it is? It holds 8 people, but there's only 5 of you, so you got your luggage and so forth.
Does anyone have a drive skill above base?
No, I do not.
Then that won't decide it.
Let's say it's Martin Palermo's car.
Very well.
It's a fairly nice car. It's black, you know. The way all cars are. So you leave Miskatonic about 8 a.m. You've got quite a long drive. You're going to be driving all the way up past Worcester. Then you're going to go into New Hampshire. You go through New Hampshire to Vermont. and then through Vermont, you finally end up in Ottawa, Canada. You're going to bypass Montreal because the traffic is not so great in that direction. It takes hours and hours and hours of driving. And you stop a few times along the way to get food, just to have a rest, to use the restroom and so forth. The last small town that you leave is Regal Fork, Vermont. And you are heading through a wooded area of Vermont. And the afternoon has been fairly warm, but you're still in early spring. So the weather can change rather abruptly, and it's rain is not that unusual. About 20 miles outside of Regal Fork, Vermont, your car begins to sputter.
Oh dear.
And you haven't seen anybody on this road for an hour.
This has been serviced recently. There shouldn't be any problem. Does that sound like anything? It doesn't sound good.
It doesn't sound right to me.
No, not at all.
So I'll look for I assume it's mostly tree lined, but I'll look for a grassy side area to pull off.
Right. Go ahead and do a luck roll for me.
That's a regular success.
Okay. So you find a place where, you have a bit of area on the side where it's grassy. Out here in the woods, you haven't seen much. There are a couple of farmsteads miles and miles behind you.
And I'm going to leave the engine idling because I'm afraid if I stop it, we might not start it again.
Okay.
And then I'll get out and pop the hood and look at it and scratch my head because I really have never understood how these things operate. If there's a loose tube or something, I can figure that out.
It seems to be operating okay, but it's now sputtering every couple of seconds. The sputterings are getting closer together as they're going along.
Not certain I like this. Are we sure we shouldn't turn it off?
Well, Dr. Martin, I certainly hope you have more knowledge about these vehicles than certainly I do.
No, I'm afraid I have rather more understanding of the inside of the human psyche than I do the internal combustion engine.
Where are you sitting in the car, all of you? Dr. Martin, you're outside.
Yeah, I've gotten out.
Dr. Elias Jackson's in the far back.
Okay.
Dr. Eve probably would have wanted shotgun.
Okay.
That's what I called, but I was muted, so you can have it.
Okay, well, Doctor, then you're in the back seat too, Archie.
That's right.
Dr. Eve is in the front seat, and Dr. Quinton is kind of in between the seats, leaning forward. So I would like Dr. Eve and Dr. Quinton to both do spot hidden rolls.
18.
Ooh,
16.
Nice. All right. Well, that's pretty
Hard.
equal. Dr. Eve, you sort of lean forward and you're looking at the gas gauge, and you're pretty sure that you guys filled up back in Regal Fork. It looks like you've still got 3/4 of a tank, but for some reason you reach up and you tap the gauge, and it suddenly goes all the way down to empty.
What the?
You'll see that.
Quilton, do you see that?
How long ago did we fuel up?
Back at Regal Fork, which couldn't have been that long ago. 3/4 of a tank, and now it's empty.
Do I smell gasoline?
You do not. I mean, other than the car is natural.
Right.
Palermo, I think you've got a dodgy dial in this vehicle of yours.
All right. Is there a road atlas in my glove box?
Nothing that would cover this part of the country. This is
we didn't bring a map as we knew we were traveling in this.
You probably did, but it has the major roads. You're somehow on a.
Yeah, I unfold the maps. I'm probably holding it, and well, as you said, nothing.
You're not even exactly sure where you are on the map.
Oh,
you don't know if you're in Canada yet or.
What's the weather like?
It's fairly clear. There are clouds in the sky.
What time of year is it?
It's early May.
Is there snow on the ground?
There is still snow in the shady places that hasn't melted since last winter. So it's wet in places, and it's. I mean, there's a chill in the air.
Dr. Crowdenshield, if you look at I think it's the red line going northwest from Regal Fork, do you think, what's the next town you see?
What is the next town I see?
Mm-hmm. Next town is Randolph Bend.
Randolph Bend. Hopefully we might be able to get this fixed there, but that assumes the car makes it.
Are there any buildings nearby that I can see?
Do a spot hidden for me, Doctor.
That's a 30. Regular.
Okay. You think a little bit down the road up ahead of you that you can see what looks like maybe the entrance gate to a property. You can see a couple of sort of stone pillars with something in between. Your angle's a little off, but you think that might be a property over there.
And that's the only one that I can see.
It's the only one that you see. And you haven't passed anything behind you for miles.
Are there telephone poles on this road?
There are not.
Palermo, do you think your vehicle will be able to get us down to the building over there? Seems to be some sort of gate.
Well,
yes, Dr. Crowdenshield.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I'm afraid they won't even have telephone service, but I suppose it's safer than being on the shoulder like this.
One would expect.
Let's hop in there and get our bearings.
They might have gasoline.
Let's hope, or at least we might be able to find out where this leak is.
Or someone with a bit more mechanical knowledge than the few of us have.
Don't ask me. I had a driver.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to hop in and head for the gate. Is there a name on it?
Do a luck roll for me.
That's a 95.
Okay. You rev the engine, and the car moves forward and moves only about 20 feet before it sputters and dies. But you are within maybe 20 feet of this gate. And yes, there is a name over the gate. It says Wayland.
Wayland.
Well, the car's done for. Lovely.
Sorry about this, fellows.
Don't be apologizing. Nothing to apologize for. It's not your fault.
No. The conference waits for no one, so let's hope this is a short detour.
I pat Dr. Martin on the back. Hey, let's hope you're better at astronomy than you are at. You teach astronomy, right?
Psychology.
Oh, you take up space. I'm sorry. I kind of chuckle to myself as I walk away.
All right.
Professional rivalry. Great.
So you walk up to the gate. It's an iron gate. It's not locked, but it isn't open. You can see inside. The property is kind of laid out. There's a straight road going in that splits and goes in two different directions. There is a manor house in the center, dead ahead. And you can see that there are some other structures off in the distance. It looks like it's fairly well kept. There are, some flower gardens that are just coming into bloom that you can see out in the distance.
Well, I guess there's more money in rural Vermont than I was aware. Hopefully, this suggests they have a garage of their own and might have tanks of gasoline.
With any luck. Does this look like any type of property that I could be familiar with?
No, you we'll do an idea roll for the Wayland name.
I'm trying to. Where is that?
We still in Vermont?
It's the same as intelligence.
Okay.
Are we still in
no.
Vermont?
33. That's a hard, I think.
Okay. I mean, there are Waylands amongst the wealthy that you're somewhat familiar with. It's a name that gets around every once in a while. As to Vermont, you're not exactly sure where you are.
Well, there would be some signage on the border between the U.S. and Canada, though, even if there wasn't a border guard, I should think.
If you didn't miss it somewhere along the road.
If nothing else, the Wayland name is a little familiar. We might find some help here, I hope.
Yeah, let's go on up and check it out.
Sounds Old English, Wayland.
I don't believe it's one of our families, but it does sound that it could be, at least adjacent, maybe.
We're certainly short on options, so there's only one way forward.
All right.
I concur.
As you open the gate, it squeaks loudly, and you step inside and start to follow along the path. Now, it gives you some idea of what the property looks like as you're walking along. You're kind of able to figure out what you're seeing. So here's a map of the property. You're coming from the south.
Okay.
You can see there is a manor house in the front, and then you think over to the right-hand side. That might be a mausoleum off in the back, and maybe a well towards the back, and some other outbuilding. Looks a little bit like a barn.
Well, a small estate, but beggars can't be choosers right now.
I think if we're going to break down anywhere, this would be the place to break down. Look how well kept this place is.
Certainly. My compliments to the gardener.
What time of day is it?
It's probably about 3 in the afternoon at this point, as you guys are walking up there. And there's, like I said, there's a chill in the air. It was warm earlier, but the evenings still get a little chilly at night here. So as you're walking up, you see the house.
No sign of a vehicle.
As you walk up to the front of the house, everybody do spot hidden.
Regular?
Nope.
Hard success.
Anything better than a hard? Okay. So for Zach, let's see, who had the regular success? Was that David? David, you notice something odd as you're walking up. The little path that leads up towards the house, there is a pit dug in the ground. It's about 2 feet across. It's not deep, but it seems to be filled with ashes. There's a pile of them in the middle. It's an odd spot for a burn pile. You'd expect that if there's a burn pile, it's out in the back somewhere. And you can smell something. It smells a little bit like church, like incense. You know, when you walk into a church, you can smell it on if the air is blowing a little bit in your direction. Dr. Elias, you are rather startled as you come up to the front of the house because you immediately believe that somebody is staring at you from the window on the ground level, and they're as pale as snow. It's a man, and he's staring at you. And it takes you a moment to realize that it's probably a statue.
Yeah, so Dr. Elias will gasp and grab the closest person next to him, who is Dr. Quilton. Grab him by his shirt. And,
whatever's the matter, Jackson?
I apologize. It was that bust up ahead that made me jump out of my skin.
What?
I sort of take a closer look now that he's mentioned it. Oh my, why would they put it there? That's a rather odd place to place a bust.
I guess
you think so?
Normally you'd want it to be seen by people inside, not staring into your windows.
Yes, it looks like a sentinel. Anyone in the room would be looking at the back of its head. It's odd.
Maybe they're pulling a prank on the gardener.
I wouldn't put it past some of us.
Was there a mailbox at the front gate?
Yes.
All right, so they're not trying to steal the mailman. He never comes inside. Curious.
Dr. Palermo, what's this? You as you're going by that pit, I'm assuming.
Yeah. One would think that it was rubbish that was being burned, but it's more pleasant than that.
Incense?
Something aromatic, certainly.
A ceremonial pit of some sort?
Can I recognize the smell?
Like I said, it sort of smells like church. Like
is it dug into the grass of the lawn?
It's kind of, yeah. I mean, it's kind of dug into the grass. It doesn't look like it's supposed to be there.
About how deep?
Only maybe a foot deep and a couple feet around.
I pull out my...
And it doesn't look like there's anything special about it. It's just sort of like, it looks very much like where you'd burn your garbage, but it looks more like ashes and stuff. Maybe.
Is it a large pile?
Not particularly. Composition is mostly bits of charcoal and I mean, it just smells. It's got a kind of a nice fragrance to it.
So it is the chunks are charcoal-like enough that it's not likely to be a burnt book, for example.
Correct.
Which would be fine ash.
Right.
Quilton?
Can I, the chances of me having my field kit with me is pretty high with, archaeological, with a brush and a little trowel and pointy things.
It's up to you. I mean, do you carry those things to a conference? Maybe. All the anthropologists get together with their trowels.
I suppose not. If not, is there like a stick that I can poke around the ash with? I don't want to just break anything that's in the fire.
There don't seem to be much in the way of twigs or anything like that around. The lawn is fairly well maintained, and the hedges look nice. I mean, you could break something off. But.
If you need to prod it, you can use my pen.
Well, I'm just curious why someone would be burning incense here.
Do you guys make a habit of going through people's trash on their own property when you're asking for help? I'm just curious. I know Southern hospitality dictates we don't, but it's lost on me, the intricacies of the North.
You're an anthropologist. Just do a general knowledge roll. Your education.
Nope, I haven't got my anthropology head on.
How about your occult? Do you have any occult?
I have. Yeah. Do you want me to re-roll?
Right. Yeah. Go ahead and roll occult. Now, for me, occult has to do with any kind of religion. So,
okay.
It reminds you of maybe the place where the priest dumps what's left over of the stuff that he used in church. If he's got he's been burning incense in the church, just cleans it out there and goes on. That might be why it smells.
I got a hard occult roll.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what you're surmising.
It's definitely the incense that they use in church, like frankincense. It's not like an Egyptian.
Kind of a myrrh, cinnamony smell.
Yeah, there's no mistaking that.
Yeah.
So a ceremony of some sort. I fail to see how it pertains to our current predicament.
I agree, Dr. Archibald.
Well, Dr. Jackson, since you're our expert on good manners, perhaps you should make the introduction.
Absolutely. So I walk up to the door. Is there a knocker?
Oh, yes, there is.
Oh, yeah, we'll use the knocker.
Okay.
Make sure it's not a statue, Jackson. Yeah.
As soon as you knock, you hear some squeaking. Sounds like it's right inside, and it's like, oh dear. The guests are already arriving. The door's open. Would you mind?
I will open the door for my followers.
All right. You open the door, and you're looking into a very nicely appointed foyer of this house. And standing on a ladder, a few feet inside the door, is somebody who's dressed very nicely, but they're obviously like a butler. And he's dusting the chandelier that hangs right over the thing. And he's like, have I forgotten our list? Are you one of Mr. Whalen's guests?
I'm afraid not. We seem to have broken down the road. Yeah, and just we're looking for some help. Do you guys happen to have a telephone?
Oh dear. Yes, just a moment. And he puts the stuff away and he starts climbing down the ladder. He says, so you've had a car accident, or?
No, I believe Dr. Martin could explain it a bit better. I didn't see exactly what was going on, but we have broken down.
Yes.
Yes, we do have a phone.
Do you know where the nearest garage is? We're going to need to have service. We're just down the road.
That's probably back in Regal Fork.
Mm-hmm.
They're quite a ways back.
Yeah.
What do you? It's just. Pardon me. We're having a get together tonight, and we're just preparing. Please come inside. Come inside.
After you, Dr. Eve.
Yes, thank you. We don't wish to disturb your preparations at all. We shouldn't trouble you for too long, we don't think.
Of course. I would like you all to do spot hiddens.
Regular?
Nope.
Extreme, 4%.
I just got a hard. I got a 10.
Okay.
Oh.
Those of you who got regular and hard, something about the chandelier strikes you a little odd, but you can't quite place your finger on it. It's not candles, it's light bulbs, so they must have electricity, and they're glowing brightly, though not like modern light bulbs. They're kind of a golden light from them. Quentin, what you notice is that the chandelier is slightly damaged, and you're pretty sure that those wires on the chandelier are not connected. They're broken. Well, now let me see. You wanted to make a phone call. You want to call the mechanic?
Yes, please.
As the guy that was up he was up a ladder, was he?
Right.
And he was
Cleaning.
presumably cleaning. So what was he cleaning it with?
He has a duster,
A duster.
which is now kind of sticking out of his back pocket. Please come this way. We'll have you wait here. Who would like to make the phone call?
I suppose it's by vehicle I ought to.
All right. Why don't the rest of you wait in the parlor, and I'll get my wife to bring you some refreshments if you're on a long journey.
Yes, thank you for the hospitality. And Dr. Eli makes a big gesture of taking off his hat and his coat.
Okay. So
yes, thank you.
As you step down the hallway a little bit, he opens up a door into the parlor, which you realize from your previous thing is the room with the statue in it. So you step into that room, and it's a very nice room. There is a fireplace with a fire going. There's paintings on the wall. There's books. There's like a coffee table. There's comfortable chairs. And there's this odd statue that is facing out the window. But he takes Dr. Martin to the telephone. Let's do the phone first. All right. And as he takes a few steps down the hallway, he's suddenly met by a woman who he introduces as his wife. Let me give you, I forgot to show pictures. He also introduces himself as Jeremiah Linwood, the butler, and his wife, Rosemary Linwood.
Nice smile.
Rosemary then immediately goes into the parlor with the rest of you to see if you'd like something to drink. The phone is right over here. Is there somebody you wanted me to call a mechanic, you said?
Yes, and when I speak, do you think they'll know the Wayland place by name,
I'm sure
or
they
is
would.
there an address?
Oh, I'm sure they would. We get our groceries and stuff delivered up here.
Very good.
So, yes, they should know. He takes you to the phone. It's kind of one of those old-fashioned looking phones on the wall. And it's near the kitchen. Please. You'll have to talk to the switchboard operator.
Right.
And she's like, switchboard operator.
Regal Fork, please. I need an auto garage.
One moment. Hello, this is Ben Turner, Ben Turner's Garage.
Mr. Turner, I'm northwest of town by the Wayland estate, and my car is broken down. It's possible that the gas tank has a leak. At the very least, it appears that we have no gasoline, although I filled it when we were in Regal Fork just about a half an hour ago.
Do you have got a leak?
It seems probable.
All right. Well, I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to get that. That's like 20 miles out there, isn't it?
It's been a little while since we left town, yes.
Well, let's see if I can finish up here in a bit. I'll take a drive out there. It might be a couple of hours.
I understand and appreciate it. I'm calling from the Wayland house. If you, I guess, have any updates or need to tell us about a further delay, although I'm not sure. I think we'll be waiting in the vehicle.
I should be able to find you. Not much difficulty. There's not much on that road out there anyway.
No, it's very quiet.
All right, I'll be out there in a couple of hours.
So roughly 5 o'clock, you think?
That sounds about right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Turner. And blast. Sorry, Mr. Linwood.
So Rosemary asks all of you, would you like something to drink? Coffee, tea, water?
It's been quite a long journey. I could do with water, thank you.
Right. Okay.
Now, I would be remiss if I didn't ask about this bust over here. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw it, didn't I, Dr. Quilton? My name's Elias, by the way, Elias Jackson. You can call me Eli.
Yes, Mr. Eli. What would you like to drink?
Well, before that, what is this bust? And I kind of gesture towards it.
Oh, it's just a bust. It's actually the bust of Mr. Wayland.
Oh, okay. All right. That'd be fine. Do you have any bourbon?
Bourbon. I'm not sure. There's not much in the way of alcohol in the house. I can check though for you.
No, I wouldn't want to put you. How about some sweet tea?
Oh, that sounds. I can do that.
All right, thank you.
And you, sir.
Dr. Fellows, as we haven't actually been introduced yet, but yes. I'll have some coffee if you've got some. Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay.
And where are my manners? I'm so sorry. I am Dr. Evelina Cronenshield. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
Of course. Very nice to meet you. And you, sir.
Dr. Webster, but you can, of course, call me Archie. We so appreciate your hospitality. A water for me would be just fine.
Okay. And as she's turning around, Dr. Martin, you're rejoining them. And what would you like, sir, to drink? Speak up.
A glass of ice water would be very refreshing. Thank you.
I'll bring that very quickly. Thank you, sir. And she leaves.
All right,
gentlemen, the butler's like, gentlemen, please make yourselves comfortable. My wife will bring you something to drink in a few moments. And he steps out.
But without too much prompting after that, I just sit myself down on one of the sofas and wait.
Has Jeremiah, does he shut the door behind him?
No, he leaves it open.
He leaves the building or the room?
He just leaves the room. He goes probably back to what he was doing.
He doesn't shut the door behind him, so I can see him disappear around the corner.
You see him go around the corner and down the hall.
Okay. Sort of, damn, the strangest thing in the hallway. Did anyone else not notice it? The chandelier?
No. Should I have?
The wires weren't connected.
What? What do you mean?
The wires weren't connected.
Don't be ridiculous, man.
But the lights were on.
No, I say this all the time. It could just be a showpiece. That's not quite wired. I mean, it's electricity's kind of new. It might not be on these rural parts.
But without the wires connected, why were the lights on?
Maybe
they weren't they?
Yeah, the lights were on. I think
they were on.
Interesting.
The foyer would be pretty dark without. It's probable that it's been rewired, maybe inexpertly, and some of the old wire hasn't been removed.
Possible.
Regardless, after we have our refreshments, I'm afraid we have a long wait in the car or around the car. The fellow in Regal Fork, his name's Turner, says it's going to be a couple of hours before he can get here.
Wow.
Well, these fellows seem quite friendly. Why don't we just impose on their hospitality?
Well, if they're expecting people, we hardly want to be taking up the house beforehand.
Of course. And nothing is worse at a party than uninvited guests.
That is true.
Keeper, the strange wiring aside, the place is generally in good condition, right?
Yeah, you'd say so.
It's not.
I mean, all manor
houses.
All manor houses have little things, flaws, cracks in the plaster and things like that. But it's not dirty.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Archie, with his fascination with the arts, especially the classical sculptures, wanders over to the bust and examines it a bit more closely.
Elias will follow just to kind of get his take on it.
So the bust is unusual in that it's facing the wrong direction, and it's painted. It's you thought at first it was perhaps plaster or marble. But as you look at it, you realize that it's got a fairly good coat of white paint all over it. And of course, you're looking at the back of the head.
Dr. Archie fairly irreverently sort of takes his nail and scratches at the paint and comments to Dr. Jackson and says, Dr. Elias, is this not odd to paint over such a beautiful sculpture?
Do a luck roll.
We're past formalities. You can call me Eli, Archie.
Very good. 56. That is actually a pass.
Okay. When you sort of scratch the paint a little bit, you realize that you actually scratch off a little bit of the paint, and it's kind of blue-black underneath it, the color of the sculpture.
So a bit taken aback, I sort of surprised myself at my own irreverence, and I look at Elias and say, "Doctor, I must say it appears as though they've painted over the original."
Now, why would someone do that?
At this, I get up to go see what they're talking about. It's been painted.
Is there a plaque of the name of who the bus is after or anything?
Well,
like
I say, you're looking at the back of it.
All right. Eli will go towards the front.
Okay. Well, you have to kind of squeeze in between the window and the.
Careful,
or you
don't
can try
knock
to
it
turn
over.
it around.
Is there is there any lighting in this room with wires?
No, this room is lit, but there's wall sconces that are lit. So you don't see
electric
wires.
or gas?
Electric.
Electric.
So did you want to turn the statue around?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. You turn the statue around, and it's a middle-aged fellow, with a beard, and it's painted black. I mean, it's painted white, but you can see there is a mark on the bow tie. It's rather odd looking. It's like this.
Huh.
Archibald, are you familiar with any artists with those initials, CM?
Oh, absolutely fascinating and brilliantly etched, but I have to say I have no familiarity with a piece such as this.
As you look closer, though, Dr. Archie, you realize it's not so brilliantly etched. It's more like it's been scratched into the substance. Also, Dr. Jackson, when you turned the statue, you realize the statue is very heavy.
Perhaps upon further examination, not so much the work of an artist as a brute. I'm not quite sure. Almost appears as though it's been scratched into the texture.
Who would do such a thing? I'm taking a closer look at the symbol. It doesn't appear to be anything I recognize, but
Do an occult roll.
okay. Yeah, that's a fail. 88.
Yeah.
Can I do an occult roll since I'm there?
Sure.
Tom, would it be okay if I did one as well?
That is a fat fail by 1 point. By 1 point. Feels good, man.
A 39 will do it for me. My occult is quite high. So.
You're familiar somewhat, Dr. Archibald, with the works of Aleister Crowley. And it reminds you of something you've seen in some of Crowley's work. He had a system of making symbols that represented something. He called them kaneas. It's basically a square with numbers in it and kind of a chart. And it depended on what material you were using as a medium to create the symbol. Do an idea roll about the statue.
That is 47, which will be a pass, regular.
Okay. It suddenly dawns on you the weight of the statue, the color of the metal underneath of it. You're pretty sure that it's made out of lead. And if it's made out of lead from your occult information, that would be aligned with the planet Saturn,
My fine colleagues, I almost forget myself. I feel I do understand a little bit about this statue. You see, from some of my studies, a gentleman by the name of Aleister Crowley, this very much resembles his work. And given the unfortunate residue underneath my fingernail, would lead me to believe that this is actually made of lead. And not only lead, but the color, the weight, and really this odd symbol reminds me so much of Crowley's work. It's almost as though there is a chart or some sort of leaning towards, believe it or not, the planet Saturn. I know that sounds odd, but
isn't Dr. Martin an astronomy teacher?
Psychology, sir.
Oh, yeah. Forgive me.
I very quickly grab a notepad out of my pocket because, new code, language, interesting. Copies down symbol.
When you do that, Archibald, Dr. Archie, takes the opportunity to explain better what he's talking about because it's kind of obscure. But he very quickly draws this little symbol and this alphabet. And to explain it, he says, it's a magical square. All the numbers add up to the same number in all directions. And the Chemia of Saturn looks like this. So the way you would create a symbol is like this. If you wanted to do the word wet, you would find W, which is a 5, and the little circle stands for where you start the letter. And then E is also a 5, and then T is a 2. So the symbol would look like this for wet in the Chemia of Saturn.
Interesting. Do these symbols match up at all, Dr. Archibald?
I am writing very quickly.
Okay, well, once you've got that piece of information, then you're probably interested in the symbol that's on the statue.
So is that the starting point or is that the end point?
Starting point is the dot.
All right.
So what you're saying, Archibald, is that our benefactors are caught up in this occult fad that's all over.
Well, I certainly don't know that I'd call it a fad. It's certainly an area of study that I and many of my colleagues are particularly interested in. But yes, by all intents and purposes, while I don't have a quick answer for what this symbol explains, I certainly say that it is certainly a nod to the work of Mr. Crowley himself.
If I'm reading this properly, it appears our letters 6, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 3, 5.
Which almost certainly means it begins with an O, since the next letter is a consonant.
Yes. So, let's see. 1. There's only 3 choices for each letter, so let's see. So if 6 is O, 1 is in there twice. Most likely 5 would be E or N, I think.
It's obstacle.
Oh?
I believe so. Yeah.
Dr. Martin, you are a genius.
Beautifully done, sir.
Ciphers were an interest of mine as a child. I learned Morse code when I was quite young.
Ah, I see.
You hear somebody in the hall coming towards the room.
That will be our beverages. Do you want to turn the statue around right way?
Absolutely.
All right.
I do scratch that word onto my notebook and put it back in my pocket.
Okay. In fact, Mrs. Linwood, Rosemary, she comes in with your drinks, and right behind her is a gentleman. Looks very much like the statue as he walks in. Mr. August Wayland. He says, "Oh, we have guests, unexpected guests. I could hear you from other parts of the house. Are you all right?"
Yes, sir. As it happens, our car broke down shortly before your gate.
That's what Jeremiah was telling me, yes. Well, our hospitality is yours. Please make yourselves comfortable. He said that you asked the mechanic to come and take a look at it.
Yes, I'm afraid Mr. Turner back at Royal Fork said that it might be a couple of hours, but we don't want to be underfoot. We understand you have...
Oh, that's quite all right. We're having a little get-together tonight. We have plenty. My dining room table seats 22.
Well, it's a magnificent home. We're all from Miskatonic University. We're on our way to a conference in Ottawa.
Miskatonic, I know it well. Lovely university. Well, please, here's your drinks.
What's the occasion of your little get-together?
My daughter, Veronica, and he points up at the wall. And now you notice these paintings, okay? The painting in the center is of a woman. She looks like she's in her middle age. And then next to it is a picture of Wayland and her, obviously on their wedding day, a little bit younger. But then there's also a picture of the two of them and a little girl, and that's who he's pointing to when he says Veronica. And then he points to a graduation picture of Veronica graduating from college. And he says, my daughter is preparing to perform a rather laborious ritual that has to do with I don't know what you're familiar with. You said that you're professors?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Are any of you familiar with the works of Abermellon? 15th century mystic?
A bit of alchemy about it, right?
Yes, not so much alchemy. Abermellon believed that he could perform a particular ritual which would allow him to contact his guardian angel. And the guardian angel would then impart to him information, knowledge beyond what normal mortal men have. My daughter is very soon going to begin her preparation for the ritual. It takes 18 months.
Wow.
Have I heard of this Abermellon?
Have any of us actually?
Do an occult. You can do occult rolls.
Dice. Hold on a second.
Just missed it.
I passed.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, those of you who have there, it's an obscure reference, but in occult circles, he's a rather famous German occultist from, like I say, from the 14th or 15th century. Kind of a combination of Jewish and Christian mysticism.
Interesting.
And Mr. Wayland, what would be your family's history? How did you come to be upon this estate?
Oh, my family was in textiles years ago, but we've made our fortune. We've gone quite independent of needing to work. My daughter and I have been very interested over the years in religions and and things like that. We have quite a collection of texts and tomes in the library.
Really?
True.
I see.
Truly a beautiful study. I, as a professor of humanities, can certainly appreciate the interest.
We have quite a few rare pieces and stuff like that in our collection. Some very interesting statues and some.
Could I bother you while we wait? Maybe I could dust off an old tome and take a gander for myself.
Well, I have no problem with, make yourselves at home. I'd rather you don't go upstairs. That's our private rooms. But you can certainly make yourselves at home here. Wander about if you wish. The grounds are quite lovely, although it's getting dark. Looks like we might be having a bit of a storm tonight. I hope not. I don't know about our guests coming. But I will have Rosemary set a place for you at the table, just in case. I mean, frankly, the people in Regal Fork are not exactly the most reliable people, but I've never had to deal directly with the mechanic or anyone like that.
Well, thank you very much for opening your home and your hearth, and we will absolutely respect your wishes and not go upstairs.
My daughter should be down later. I mean, you'll meet everybody at the party.
Where will your guests be traveling from?
Oh, all over the place. We do this maybe once every couple of months. We just get together and have dinner and chit-chat about old times.
I look down at my rather dusty traveling clothes with something akin to dismay. Oh dear.
Well, there's two restrooms, one here and one that's up the stairs. If you need to use that one, you can.
I would certainly like to clean up a little bit if we might be here late. Thank you.
Of course. Anyways, I am preparing a few things, so if you don't mind, I'll take my leave, and I will come back though.
Thank you.
Please make yourselves at home.
Too kind.
Yeah.
Dr. Eli will take a flask out of his pocket and pour some brown liquid into his sweet tea and offer lightning in a bottle to anyone.
No, thank you.
Nothing more reliable than country hospitality.
Dr. Archie's in.
Absolutely. Here you go, my friend.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be driving soon. Otherwise, quite.
I'm more of a wine woman, you understand?
I can respect that.
Did Rosemary stick around for that conversation, or did she make a retreat?
She gave you your drinks, and then she retreated. You got the impression that she's cooking, so.
Sure. Well, I guess I'm going to take the man at his word and strike off for the library.
I will follow you, Dr. Martin.
If that was the front door and this is the parlor with the statue, and she came from that way, that's probably the kitchen. So I think maybe across the foyer is my first guess.
That I would concur.
That would make sense. And I'm going to clean up first, but then I'll join you after that.
And Dr. Archie's tad interested in Dr. Fallow's previous accusation, so he tugs on his sleeve and asks if he wouldn't join him in re-examining the chandelier.
Oh, absolutely, Webster, absolutely. I know what I saw.
All right. Eve, you meet the butler in the hallway, and he directs you to the restroom. When you get there, it's a nice restroom. It's kind of in the Art Deco style. The tiles are clean, and you can freshen up.
Which I do very quickly. Is there anything, just because I still have some of those things we've been seeing in the back of my head during all of this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to take I'm still just freshening up. I'm just going to sort of flick my eyes around, see if I notice anything off.
Okay. Do a spot hidden roll.
Nope.
Okay.
I see nothing.
About the only thing that you can see when you're in the restroom is you take a glance out the window and you can see the grounds.
Mhm.
You can see what looks like you thought at first from outside that it might have been a barn, but it might be more like a garage,
Right.
where maybe they keep the cars. It doesn't look like there would be horses on this property. It's not big enough. There's forest all around. And you can just sort of out of the corner of the window look, kind of straining to look. You can see there's a large well in the very back of the property.
They have to get their water from somewhere. Well, I'm about as clean as I'm getting. I'll go find the others in the library.
Okay. Archie and Quentin, you go back out into the hall, and the chandelier is definitely glowing. I mean, it's lit. But Dr. Fallows points to the spot where you can definitely see the exposed wire on at least two of the fake candles in the chandelier. And that metal is frayed. There's no way those lights should be working.
Dr. Fellows, I must apologize. You clearly were correct in your assessment. Could there not be some other explanation?
There might be some newer wiring, I guess. I don't know.
You'd almost have to hide the wiring, but then leave the old wiring. It doesn't make any sense.
And there doesn't look like there's like fresh plaster or work done that could possibly hide
No
new wiring.
In fact, you're pretty sure that the butler was dusting off cobwebs.
How high is the chandelier?
It's about 15 feet.
There's no.
Is the stepladder still there?
No, it's been moved.
No. Fortunately, Dr. Fallows, I don't know that there's much more we can do at this time, but I certainly apologize for my outburst earlier. Your assumption was clearly correct.
There's something strange going on.
Certainly between that odd bust and your observation, I would say this is certainly no ordinary house or manor.
Are they going to have a ritual tonight? Or
Well, certainly by the sounds of Mr. Wayland, he certainly is in the belief category as it relates to the occult. And
sounds rather fascinating. I wouldn't mind being a spectator, a fly on the wall.
Certainly agree with you there. We should probably find the others.
Yes, let's see how good this library is. After you, Archibald.
And off we go.
All right. The two of you have stepped into the library. It's a beautiful library. It's well appointed. There are books floor to ceiling, maybe 7 layers of books going up. You can see that there are a number of books that are on the table in the center of the room. There is a lectern over to one side with a book on it. And there are, once again, very comfortable chairs. You notice, do a spot hidden, actually.
$82 will not suffice.
That is just a regular success for me.
Okay. Dr. Elias, as you're looking around, you notice that somebody has been smoking a cigar, because there's still a cigar sitting in the thing with smoke coming off of it. There's also a fireplace here, by the way, which is crackling nicely.
A bit of a relief.
Yeah, I agree. I was curious of the standards here.
You also notice that there's an old woodcut that's framed on the wall that looks like this.
Now, Dr. Martin, what do you make of this over here?
Well, it seems as though this household is obsessed with alchemy. I wonder if that's, what's his name himself? Albigensis or whatever he said. Doing some kind of, I wonder, so that's the sun and the moon that he's commanding, but his staff had something on it. Do you suppose that could be Saturn?
I suppose so. I'm not too well versed in astronomy.
Well, again, astronomy isn't the matter. Yeah, Abermellon. I'd like to, let's see what book is on the lectern.
All right.
Perhaps Veronica will be reading a sample tonight of something from Crowley or...
On the lectern is a big leather-bound Bible.
Oh.
And it's open to Genesis, but there's a big bookmark that's also in the book. Do you want to see the Genesis passage, or do you want to look at the bookmark?
I'll start with the Genesis, if it's obvious, and then flip it open.
This is what stands out to you.
Genesis chapter 3, verse 22. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Does that translation seem quite on to you, Jackson? Is that the King James, or is there some variant there?
Would that be a history, Tom?
Sure, or occult, whichever one you want.
That will be an extreme success for history.
Okay, sounds like the King James.
That would be the King James Bible.
You know, it is several mysteries in Genesis, of course, it being one of the earlier books as far as we can tell philologically. But cherubim, of course, are plural, and so is Elohim. And that whole business about Jehovah fearing that Adam would eat of the tree of life and be somehow his equal always struck me as, well, psychologically of interest. Let's see what they were marking.
The book of Ezekiel is also marked.
Oh, speaking of psychological.
Oh, this would be right up your alley, Dr. Martin.
Chapter 1. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it, and out of the midst thereof, as the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and every one had 4 faces, and every one had 4 wings, and their feet were straight feet. And the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. And they had the hands of a man under the wings on their 4 sides, and they 4 had their faces and their wings. Their wings were joined one to another. They turned not when they went every one straight forward. As for the likeness of their faces, they 4 had the face of a man, and the face of a lion on the right side, and they 4 had the face of an ox on the left side. They 4 also had the face of an eagle. Thus were their faces. And their wings were stretched upward. 2 wings of every one were joined one to another, and 2 covered their bodies. And they went every one straight forward. Whither the Spirit was to go, they went, and they turned not when they went.
Dr. Elias, as the others are joining you in the room, I'd like you to do a spot with me.
It is a hard fail.
Okay. The others come in and join you just as Dr. Martin is finishing up reading from the Bible.
I would be curious how this links to the ritual that's going to be performed tonight.
Look of his. That passage sounded somewhat familiar. Was that Ezekiel?
Yes, the ancient conception of angels. I can't really imagine how the American Puritan forebears pictured this thing that was always going straight and whose wings were always straight and had 4 animal heads on one head that was a man somehow. It's really quite unimaginable.
Brushing up on your Judeo-Christian theology there, Dr. Martin.
There was a bookmark in it. This in Genesis was open. And we wondered whether, since we know there's going to be some kind of spiritual exercise taking place this evening, whether they were related.
Certainly felt like Mr. Wayland hinted at that earlier with his labors, as he called them.
And he did mention that this ritual was supposed to try and contact an angel.
Now, I've read some Jung, but I haven't read this Crowley fellow, although perhaps it would be of interest for psychological papers. He seems fairly mad. What do you suppose the idea is of having a representation of the patriarch marked as an obstacle facing the front and perhaps facing that incense burn that I assume Veronica did preparatorily for her?
I'm not certain of that. I'm going to go look over at that woodcut, or rather, do I see the woodcut?
Yeah, you see.
Okay, I'm going to go over and have a look at that.
Yeah. Looks like it's, probably 16th century, maybe.
If it's original, it's worth a small fortune. But I mean,
certainly. Could this?
How big is it? The woodcut.
Not very big.
It's noticeable though.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. It's placed in a prominent spot.
possibly a book plate originally, I should think.
Possibly. This could very well have been a frontispiece. What was the genesis, you said?
It was regarding the Tree of Life and the expulsion of Adam from Eden.
And then it opened to the Ezekiel, which, as I heard, you were describing the creatures he saw. Perhaps.
Eve, do a spot hidden for me, Eve.
Right, so both involved angels, the angels with the flaming sword and the angels that were Ezekiel.
Does that look like an angel in the woodcut between the sun and the moon?
It's very strange looking, yeah.
Have I, does it look familiar at all to me?
It definitely looks like, some sort of alchemic symbol, maybe. You do wonder if that is supposed to be Abermellon, the wizard.
I have a fair bit of occult skill. Can I recognize the symbol? The alchemy.
Go ahead and try. Yeah.
Okay, I tried.
No luck. Quentin, do a spot hidden now.
98.
Okay.
Everyone's dice are failing them right now.
I was hot earlier.
All right. So, you guys are in the room. Do you want to? There's lots of stuff in the room.
Yeah,
you can also tell that there are missing books.
Just because I'm curious.
Does it have a system? Sorry, Doctor.
Yeah. I actually wanted to look. You mentioned missing books, so just for curiosity's sake, I might want to look over at where a prominent missing book is and see what's around it.
Okay. You begin to realize that most of the texts in the room are about metaphysics. There's philosophy. There's a lot of stuff about angels. There's the missing books. What you find, you find a lot of stuff on Islamic religious stuff, but the Quran seems to be missing. Maybe that's one of the missing books right there in the middle. there's a lot of Jewish mysticism stuff, but there's no copy of the Torah. So you're wondering if that's somewhere else. Maybe that's one of the missing books. You do find a couple of interesting things. You find a rather famous occult text called the Key of Solomon, which almost all of you recognize because it's probably one of the most famous grimoires. And you also find a book written in German that says something about Abermellon on the front of it.
Alas, I specialize in the Romance languages. I don't have German.
Dr. Eve, what is it that you observe about the books around the room? What is it that you're seeing?
It seems like they're very interested in metaphysics, philosophy, that sort of thing. But what I'm noticing specifically is that, you see here, I point to one, this is all Islamic mysticism, but I don't see a Quran. Over here is Jewish mysticism, much of that, but again, no Torah. And then
a fascination with the Abrahamic religions, and yet the books that they most heavily rely on seem to be missing.
Except for the Bible here. And then if you over here, if you'll see, I beckon you all over. I've got a Key of Solomon, which I'm not surprised I have that. And then we also have, it appears to be an Abermellon, but it's in German. If this was in Latin or any of the Roman, well, actually, wait. Could I possibly roll against own language for this? Because English and German are very close.
They're not really close enough. You'd be able to pick out a few words. Do you pick up the book and take a look at it?
I am at least somewhat curious to see if I can get anything.
Okay.
But if only this was in Latin, I might have a better shot.
Do a knowledge.
That would be intelligence.
Intelligence.
Okay.
Or education.
Dang it! I have an.
How about it's education? That's passing.
Okay.
Education.
Well, try that again. 54 out of 75.
Okay. You realize that this copy is a partial translation of the Book of Abermellon from the German, you think, and there is a foreword in the book that's in English.
Oh, hello.
It's been added to it.
We have a bit of a translation and a foreword. Let me see.
So this is what you get. There's the book, and can you read that?
The Book of Abermellon is a 15th century grimoire written by Abraham of Worms, born 1392 approximately, died circa 1458, a Jew from Worms, Germany. The focus of the book is a long and complex ritual known as the Abermellon Operation, named after Abermellon the mage who taught it to Abraham. It allows magicians to contact their holy guardian angel. There are numerous benefits from knowledge and conversation with one's holy guardian angel. Initially, this allows the magician to summon and bind a myriad of demons so they can no longer have a negative influence upon the magician's life. Following this, the magician has the ability to use a number of magic squares in the book, giving them access to a wide range of powers. For example, premonition, transmogrification, flight, invisibility, conjuration, etc. The text advises these powers are only to be used when there's a true need for them. The Book of the Sacred Magic of Abermellon the Mage is divided into 3 books. Book 1 is a letter from Abraham to his son Lamech, explaining that the knowledge imparted in this collection will be his inheritance. Abraham then outlines the quest he undertook to obtain the veritable and sacred magic that has been passed down through the ages and ultimately to him by Abermellon the Mage. Book 2 contains very detailed and complex instructions on how to perform the Abermellon Operation. This involves months of prayer and studying of religious texts in a precisely constructed environment before the magician's holy guardian angel will appear. After this, the magician summons and binds the demons of hell. Book 3 contains a large number of magic squares and explains the powers that each one grants. They can only be used once the magician has, I believe that should be communed, with their holy guardian angel. Its systematic and scientific-like approach to magic made the book popular with occultists of the period, but it also developed a reputation as being dangerous. Because it detailed how to bind demons, some believe that dark forces desired this knowledge to be suppressed, and it, therefore, put owners of the book in danger. Oh my. Oh, what is this? It appears to be a book plate.
Well, this is actually the cover.
Oh, yeah, all right, so and this is the cover. That appears to, could that be if that's a square, it's a larger one. Ah, yes, I can somewhat pick it out. Das Buch der Erlenmagie von Abermellon. All right.
It appears it can be read both ways, both left to right and top to bottom.
Ah, you're right.
And up to down. Down to up.
That's right.
Do any of you have Latin?
I study the Romance languages. Like, that is my specialty. So if I don't at least know Latin, I'd be shocked.
I do. I have Latin.
All right. Roll Latin.
And it's a success. I'm back.
Just missed an extreme success. 17.
Okay. Sator arebo tenet opera rotas. It's very, very odd to try to translate, but you would guess that it means something like the farmer or the one who plants the seeds plows his fields with great difficulty.
That's the one who sows his seeds plows his fields with great difficulty.
And it is the same in forward, backward, up and down. It's a four-way palindrome.
This almost sounds biblical, does it not?
Yeah, I mean,
looking in the book itself, you see the back end of the book is filled with these things. It's the only one that I've got. About this time, you hear a noise out in the hall. You hear clap, 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 the door knocker. And you guys see Jeremiah go by, and you hear him go down the hall, and he opens up the door, and he says, he goes down the door and he says, Mr. Goodman, you've arrived. Hello, Jeremiah. How are you? Please come inside. Has anybody else arrived yet? You hear Jeremiah say, well, we have some unexpected guests. Apparently their car broke down and they're waiting for a mechanic. Oh, well, where are they? I believe they're in the library. I says, all right, well, could I have some tea or something like that? Sure. And suddenly around the corner comes a rather tall, I wouldn't say handsome, but normal looking fellow. He comes inside and he's like, hello, Lester Goodman. And he puts out his hands to shake hands.
I put the book back so I can go greet him.
Hello.
Charmed.
Well, it's fortunate that you're here. You're here for dinner, I suppose, and some nice conversation.
Well, hopefully not. We are expecting a mechanic here pretty soon.
Well, I hope they fix your car. What's wrong with it?
We believe our gas tank may have sprung a leak.
Gas tank sprung a leak? That could have been dangerous on the way up here.
You didn't, were you coming from the north or the south? You should have seen the car just, a dozen yards down from the gate.
Oh, yes, I saw it. I didn't know why you parked outside.
There's ample drive within, quite. Yes, that's about as far as we could make it. And we're lucky to not have been, quite in the middle of forest.
Would you care for a cigar?
Thank you. I'm already.
I would love one. Thank you.
I don't smoke, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you rather we didn't smoke?
No, it's all right. If you would like to smoke, don't take it on account of me.
Well, that's nice of you. He sits down in one of the wing chairs and lights up his cigar. So, where are you coming from?
We're all up from Miskatonic on our way to a conference in Ottawa.
Ah, Miskatonic. I know it well. It's a lovely place. Been there many times.
Do you, where are you coming from, Mr. Goodman?
I'm coming from Salem.
Not too far away then.
No, not too far at all. Not from Arkham.
And do you regulate? Mr. Wayland intimated that he holds ritual events here every so often. Are you a regular?
Oh, you mean his monthly things? They're not rituals. It's just dinner.
Oh, it's not how it's explained to us.
Oh, you're probably thinking of Veronica. Veronica is getting ready to do the Abermellon Operation. Are you familiar with it?
Fleetingly.
Takes months, 18 months, I believe.
Does she plan to summon demons here?
I think that happens towards the end, once they after the Guardian Angel.
After dessert, I hope.
I would presume that safety measures are being taken for both her and the.
Well, you don't have to worry about that for at least 18 months. So there's nothing at all to worry about.
Mr. Goodman, you sound nothing if not skeptical. You don't actually believe that.
Well, my business, I'm a rare books dealer. I, in fact, helped Wayland find the Abermellon text. You see, there's a lot of fake ones going around. Difficult to tell the difference. There's a French version of it that leaves half of the information out. Poor old Wayland tried himself the Abermellon operation, but the text misinformed him. It told him he only needed to go for 6 months.
Would that book happen to be in here, or do you think it's?
I'm sure he still has it around somewhere, but
and
it's
the language of the original text. What was it in?
German.
Very good.
Yeah. Well, there's a copy there. I see that. Was that the one that you were looking at earlier?
Is that you or him asking?
He's. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here turning to the picture on the screen who I'm talking to. He's talking to you, Jen.
Right, but what I mean is like, so he. Well, what I mean is it him asking or is that Keeper asking?
He's asking. You were putting it away as he.
Oh yes. Actually, I believe it was. I must admit, it was my first contact with such an item. Is that the copy you managed to procure?
Yes, that is the copy. I'm sure he's studied it. If you're interested in the occult, I have a business card. Here is my business card. Lester Goodman.
And Archibald reaches up and grabs the book that we're about to put away and takes one more pass at attempting to read it. My German is fairly good, so I would like to give a greater look one more time.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for German.
Okay. 64 against a 75, which is a pass.
Pass. You start to read bits and pieces of it, and you realize that it's not in modern German. It's in, I think it's called Middle High German. It's So you can start to sort of get the gist of it, and then you'd realize that you'd have to study the text in order to understand it. It would take you quite a while.
Understood. So I'll put the book back, and I'll just kind of reference to my colleagues at totally understanding what Mr. Glenwood is saying or Goodman is saying, but simply nothing to be gained from this particular text at this time.
While they're chatting, there were some books that were set out on a library table.
Mm-hmm.
What's sitting around?
Just more mysticism books.
Nothing that stands out, though. Okay.
Things about angels.
Real quickly, I pull Eve aside and just ask what it says on the business card from Mr. Goodman.
I show it to him.
It says Lester Goodman.
Okay, fair enough.
Salem, Massachusetts.
Address, I would assume. Contact information, maybe.
No, there's no address. There's no phone number.
Elias is going to go take a look at the Jewish mysticism books.
Okay. As you guys are sort of looking around the room, I'd like you all once again to do a spot hidden.
38.
I have an extreme success.
Yeah, that's a pass. Normal.
Got a vanilla success.
36. Pass.
Okay.
Oh.
You don't know if it's Mr. Goodman or not, but with his cigar, he sort of points for a moment. At least that's kind of the way, Dr. Martin, you pick up on it. And you just sort of glance in the direction that he points, and you realize that the lectern that the Bible was on also has a sculpted front on it on the other side, and it is an eagle.
And it's been incised with a symbol. Uh-huh. A bit like a G.
And there's a starting point.
Dr. Martin, I do believe this is your speciality, although not academic, purely in your skill set. 7951665.
Isn't it 799?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, correct. 7995165.
No. 799165. There's no vertex in the 5 in the line from 9 to 1.
Well said. Good catch.
Prison.
Very good.
Well done.
Outstanding.
It's curious that these, from a psychological standpoint, why are the words that are encoded about the house such negative things?
Because the one who plants the seed, I believe is that what it was? The one who plants the seed cannot plow.
Right.
Finds difficulty
Plows
in
with
his
great
work.
difficulty.
An obstacle, a prison.
And he did say that, Mr. Whalen did say that Veronica was performing the ritual. Isn't one's child considered a seed?
They are indeed.
Keeper, we've been here perhaps an hour.
Yeah, probably.
So it's 4-ish. We haven't gotten a phone call from Mr. Turner saying he's hurrying back, so the likelihood that we're staying for dinner increases.
Right.
And it's still May, so it's already a little twilight, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
I'm going to say that I'd like to have a stroll outside while there's still light, and if anybody wants to accompany me.
Dr. Martin, I would be remiss if I would not accompany
I would like to do that also. And once we're outside, whoever all is coming with.
Okay, well, let's wait until we're outside.
Okay.
So you guys all decide you're going to take a stroll outside. And as you are standing up in the library, you hear another knock at the door. So just as you're getting ready, you're standing, you're just getting ready to walk out of the room as Jeremiah walks by you. And perhaps you step out a bit into the hallway as he goes to the front door. And he opens up the front door. And as he opens up the front door, there's a man standing there that you all kind of recognize. And he says, Jeremiah, how are you doing? Mr. Goodman, it's so good that you made it today. Please come inside. Wow, is the party getting started yet? And he says, oh, no, not yet. Only a few people have arrived. We have guests. They have had some car trouble. They're unexpected, but they're waiting for the mechanic. And he steps inside, and it is an identical copy of Mr. Lester Goodman, who's in the other room. And he comes over to you and says, oh, so very nice to meet you. My name is Lester Goodman.
It's a pleasure.
How are you all? Sorry news about your car.
Yes, we seem to have sprung a leak, but hopefully in the next hour or so, we should be having a mechanic here to fix it. Please, but please, don't let us keep you.
From the other room that you're kind of halfway in and out of, maybe you're in the door, you look over and Lester's sitting there smoking his cigar, musing to himself, and he suddenly goes, Lester, is that you? He goes, oh, is that Lester? And he steps forward and looks inside. He goes, Lester, I haven't seen you for so long. And he goes over and shakes Lester's hand. And he says, how have you been doing? He says, I've been doing very well. Thank you. Would you like a cigar? And they have this conversation.
I would probably
Are they wearing the same clothes?
Exactly the same clothes.
Dr. Martin, didn't read a passage about they had identical faces, both of them?
Exactly the same faces.
At this, I sort of catch everybody's eyes to sort of do like a...
Twins?
Yes, I do.
I suppose I walk over to the Lester Goodmans and try and act nonchalant and say, oh, how is it that you two know each other?
Oh, we've known each other for years. Lester, this is Dr. Webster, was it?
That's right. And
nice to meet you.
and Lester, the one that just walked in the door, what business do you find yourself in?
Oh, I'm a rare book dealer.
Very good.
Perhaps you would like my card.
I certainly would. Card. And I take it and certainly say, well, it was an absolute pleasure meeting you, and shuffle back over to
Excuse me, gentlemen. Don't you think it's rather strange that you look identical?
They look at each other. They're like, what do you mean?
Well, you're wearing the same suit, the same shoes.
I don't think that I look anything like him. And he says, I don't think I look anything like him. You're just unfamiliar with us.
Of course. But please, don't let us keep you. I'm certain you would like to enjoy your cigars without us hanging over your shoulders, yes?
You said you were going to take a walk outside. It's a nice evening.
Yes. Let's take that walk, shall we?
I guess I'll make a psychology roll to see whether the Lesters seem to be entirely in earnest and not taking the piss.
Okay.
Because they can't not notice. Yeah, regular success. They seem to mean what they say.
Yeah, they seem generally delighted to see each other for since it's been such a long time.
All right, and as we're hurrying outside, giving each other looks, Webster, does his card also say he's from Salem?
Yeah.
Keeper.
It's identical.
It's an identical card.
I pull mine out again to compare it next to yours.
I hold it up next to Dr. Eves and say, Dr. Martin, I'm afraid we have an identical match.
Do both of you do spot hiddens?
30.
30 even. Wow.
Yep. Regular pass.
That's really preternatural that you both got 30.
That is kind of crazy.
Because
they're identical.
When you look at these cards, there is, the printing process is always absolutely perfect. There is a little nick in the S on one of them, and it's on both of them in exactly the same spot.
Okay.
Hachi, look. I point.
Impossible. There's no way.
That I was going to mention once we were outside, we may want to look for a bull and a lion, if the Bible passage is any indication of anything. But now this?
There is obviously something deeply disconcerting here. And I suppose I shove the card back in my pocket and follow the group.
I also, as soon as I assume we're outside already, right?
Right.
Okay, because I've also got my notebook down and I scribbled down the prison word. So I've got obstacle, man, prison, eagle. It's
there's still some light. It's going towards dusk, but it's also pretty cold. There's clouds in the sky. You might have a storm tonight. You don't know. It looks pretty unfavorable.
Martin, should we go see if that mechanic made it to the car? Or?
There is. I point to the large building. That's not actually a barn. I saw it from the restroom. That's actually the garage. Mm-hmm. If nothing else, we might be able to find something there if the mechanic isn't here. I don't know. I don't know about the rest of you, but I am getting a very bad feeling.
You worry too much. They opened their home to us. It'll be a nice, pleasant dinner.
But the Lester's Goodman, it's dreamlike. It's so peculiar.
And Eli, Archie and I concur. These business cards, they're exactly identical, even down to the nicks in the print. That's not possible.
Maybe it's some kind of prank.
It's a rather elaborate prank, then.
It's a pretty good prank.
So, if you're heading towards the garage building, you can see clearly there's no lock. In fact, it just looks like they're like wooden doors. They're nice wooden doors, but it looks like they would just swing open, like that. The ground over here is gravel and dirt. There's still hedges and there's still flowers planted here and there that are very pretty. You open up the doors, and right there is a absolutely beautiful gray ghost Rolls Royce.
Oh my! I haven't seen one of these in a very long time.
This would have had to have been imported from the UK.
It's like, oh, this is imported. My.
This is a very expensive car.
Well, I'm
get to Ottawa in style on that.
If we must, I'd rather we didn't. But if this turns out the way I think it, the way I fear, well, we shall see.
Are there keys in the ignition?
You go and check that. Yeah, you look through the window of the car, and yes, the keys are in the ignition.
What is it you fear, Dr. Crowninshield?
I'm not sure, but if this ritual, there's too many inconsistencies. There's too many. If they can truly pull off this ritual, I was not jesting when I asked about safety measures.
Well, I mean, as the first Mr. Goodman pointed out, if she starts it tonight, it doesn't get to the alarming bits until sometime well into next year.
Yeah, I think he said 18 months.
Is the garage one bay?
No, it's actually 3 bays. It's pretty
Okay,
large.
so this one has a gray ghost, and there's a wall between, but there might be 3
and
vehicles.
there's openings towards the back. You can see that there's a workbench. There are tools, and in the back of the garage, you can see there are 3 red gas cans that are sitting there.
If we
Attack them. Bonk, bonk. Is there fuel in them?
You're going to go over to the gas cans? Okay. You walk over to the gas cans and you open them up, and there's that sort of moment when you open them where you can smell gasoline, but when you move them around and you look inside, there's nothing in there.
Empty, all 3 of them.
All 3 of them.
And
All right.
between the front door, we crossed the lawn to go over to the garage. Are there 2 cars in the circular drive? I assume identical cars?
No.
Or where did Lester Goodman and Lester Goodman come
There's
from?
no cars in the drive.
Light without wire. Identical guess with no vehicles.
Dr. Quinton, do a spot hidden for me.
It's a fail. I'm contemplating luck. 15. No. 25 luck. No. I don't know if that's worth 25 luck. I haven't got that much.
You don't see anything, but you think you hear some noise in another part of the garage, one of the other bays.
Can we see into the other bays from?
Yes, you can see into the back of the bays, but when you look, you don't see anything.
Someone hear that?
Should hear what? What did it sound like?
Sounded like it came from over there.
Should the rest of us go spot hidden now that we know about this?
Is there a light source, a light switch?
There is not a light switch out.
It's
here.
probably just a couple more Lester's Goodman.
That's not very reassuring, Palermo.
No.
Dr.
You
Martin,
said-
you got the jokes now. I like it.
And you said the only way around is towards the back of the bay that we can.
The backs
swing
of the
around.
bays are all connected. Yeah, that's
Okay.
kind of where you're looking. Though
So-
Dr. Quinton was standing where the gas cans were. He can see all the way to the other end of the garage.
So Dr. Archie's going to kind of wander that direction towards the back of the bay, passing workbench presumably.
Okay.
What do I see on the workbench as I go by?
What you'd expect, there's hammers, there's nails, there's things like that. There's screwdrivers. It looks definitely like there was some work being done. There are scrap pieces of white pine, maybe, you think that are there. A good quantity of them. So somebody was working on something at some point.
Can Dr. Archie pocket a screwdriver on any place on his person?
Sure.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to grab one, and if I've got a coat, jacket pocket, slide it in there.
Okay.
And continue to walk towards the back of the warehouse or
Right.
garage.
Go ahead.
I'm keeping an eye. He's in my line of sight.
Yeah.
Webster.
In fact, he's come up to where you're standing, and then he's turned to go into the base. So he's passed by.
Oh, he's just past me, is he?
Right. Yeah. He takes a couple of steps forward into the next bay, and he turns his gaze towards the front of that carport, and Dr. Weber, there is someone standing there They are about 5'6", not very tall. All you can see is a black shadow because the light's coming from the outside. It looks like your guess would be a woman. Her hair is disheveled. Her clothing is torn. And she's standing there motionless as you turn the corner. Do a sanity roll.
Yep. That is a big old fail.
Okay. Do a 1d4.
1d4?
Yeah.
That's a 4.
Oh, 4. Okay. You turn the corner, you see her, and you yelp and jump back almost into Quentin's arms.
Archie!
Oh my God!
Webster, pull yourself together, man.
Oh, you should have seen it. You should have seen it. It was horrifying.
It's just the bus, Webster. Archie, calm down. I saw it too.
No, it was a figure in the darkness. It's just a horrifying figure in the darkness.
Hello, is anybody there?
You all suddenly hear something in the next stall growling like an animal.
My stomach drops. What?
Does it sound like a dog?
No, it sounds like a woman with a real raspy voice growling.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Weber looks pale. He was the only one who could see it, but none of you were in a position to see it. And when he hears the growling, he wants to get the hell out of the bar.
I begin pulling away I don't know if they're even holding me back, but I begin waking my way back towards the exit, back towards where we came from.
I'm just stepping backwards slowly.
I'm doing that as well.
I'm going to walk toward the bay door between them and see what's alarmed him so.
Okay.
I'll follow.
Just as you are about to get to the bay door, something comes around the corner violently and quickly and growls at you. Looks like this.
Oh.
Oh,
Lord. She is almost blue-green, gray. You all do sanity rolls.
Okay.
Oh.
Pass. 42 out of 55.
Failed again.
Solid 7.
Yeah, I got a 4.
I'd say if you pass, do a 1d4. If you fail, do a 1d6.
Hold on, I'm gonna grab a d4. Oh, for God's sake.
Thank God.
Only 1.
A 1 for a change.
That's a
Three.
d8.
2.
Come on, I've got a bunch of d4s in here.
I lost.
Here we go.
I lost 5 fairly quickly there.
Oh, 3.
You didn't lose them all at once, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay, 1, 2.
She growls and she screams at you, and you all jump back in fear. You probably all scream and jump back. And everyone do spot hiddens.
Fail.
No.
Fail.
9%.
Yes.
I got a natural 4.
Extreme.
All right. So if you failed, you don't notice anything, except that in that moment that she screams, she suddenly isn't there anymore. But those of you who passed, especially the ones who passed really, really well, that woman, although she's disheveled and bad, looks like Wayland's wife from the painting in the study.
But she's disappeared now.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
So I'm going to...
What the? Was that some kind of projection?
Milton, what do you mean?
Didn't look like a projection.
I meant, magic lantern trick kind of thing. That projection, not a mental projection.
Yeah, I'm feeling around for a trapdoor, or like you suggest, a mirror or something. Like I'm checking out where she was to figure out how she could have gone away.
What was that?
You can see where the grass. Well, not the grass. You can see where the dirt was disturbed.
It's a dirt floor in the garage?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Looked remarkably like that fella's wife in the picture.
You can see where it's disturbed. There's no smoke. There's no fog or anything like that.
Dr. Webster is lost quite a bit of sanity in the last couple of seconds. So he's stuttering a bit. And he's going, whoa, Wayland's wife. Wayland's wife.
Webster, come over here. You need some to sit on some leather. And I open the door to the Rolls Royce.
I sit down.
I'm actually starting to pace because something is starting to come together, and I'm not sure I like it.
I turn the key of the Rolls Royce. Does the engine start?
Nope.
Okay.
This may.
I'm going to go back to the second bay and then the third. I think if it's possible, if there's any gasoline in the garage, I think we should take it to the car and be on our way.
I agree.
Agreed.
Okay.
Because I give Quilton a look. If that was Veronica's mother, the sower of this, he who sows the seed shall plow his field with difficulty. One of the Lesters said he attempted this ritual. Could she have been the result?
I don't believe in any of this. I don't think so. I think we're just stressed out from a long journey, and let's just get out of here. Let's go look for some gasoline.
Archie's spending a lot of time hyperventilating right now.
Okay.
Eva's one of those people who cannot seem to turn her brain off. So it's one of those things where it's like, I have all these pieces, but and the picture, I'm not sure if I'm getting the right picture, but I'm not liking what I'm seeing.
Right. As you're standing there for that moment, there is a squeak, and the door, the garage door behind you suddenly moves a little bit, and Mr. Wayland comes around the corner and he says, "Is everything all right?" And it startles you a little bit, but you don't have to do a sanity roll. Is everything all right? Oh, I see you found the rolls.
Yeah, I was
Nice
curious
car,
to.
isn't it?
Yeah, I would like to hear the engine. Is it operable?
It's a lovely car, sir.
Oh, I don't know. We haven't actually driven much in the last couple of years. We have all of our food and stuff delivered. I don't drive myself. You all seem as white as ghosts. Are you all right?
Is this place haunted, sir?
Haunted? Hardly.
Does he... I'll look at the others.
Have you seen a ghost?
I believe maybe the lights are playing tricks on us. But
possibly. We are rather tired.
Dr. Archibald here has
almost catatonic. I wave my hand in front of his face.
Become quite overcome with excitement. Is there somewhere we can...
Oh, there's gas cans back here. Have you checked them to see if there's gas? He starts walking towards them.
Did you not hear what I said, sir?
I'm sorry. I was not quite paying attention. What was it that you said?
Is he acting like he's trying to
do a psychology
not-
roll.
Oh no, misread it. It's 90.
I just made it.
That's a fail.
Dr. Martin, he seems genuinely concerned.
Part of what's concerning me is that no one else, I mean, the locals don't seem to realize how strange things are.
Well, there aren't any locals.
Those who aren't us.
The residents, yeah.
Yeah. We were told the dining room seats 22. How
Yes.
many guests are you expecting tonight?
Oh, I don't know whoever shows up, but it's not usually that many.
Will Mrs. Whalen be joining us?
Oh, my wife has passed away some time ago. She's
I'm
buried
very
in the
sorry.
mausoleum there.
I'm sorry for your loss, sir.
She was a lovely woman, Evangeline. I don't know. Your name is Eve. Is it Evangeline or is it
Evelina.
Evelina? That would be quite a coincidence. But no, her portrait is inside the parlor.
Feel free not to answer this. I don't mean to intrude, but you did say she died some time ago. How did she pass, if you don't mind my asking?
No, she died of consumption.
Okay. Overconsumption or?
No, tuberculosis, my goodness.
Tuberculosis.
Oh, sorry. I'm learned in history.
Yes, it was very sad. It was right after Veronica was born.
Mm.
It was very bad timing. A time of joy and a time of great sorrow. But that was quite many years ago.
Perhaps in a sense, Veronica needs to find a guardian angel because she didn't have a mother figure in her life.
Well, that's probably part of it. It was difficult raising her by myself. He suddenly looks very confused.
My dear chap, is everything all right?
Sir?
I'm just having a bit of difficulty remembering what, I raised her, but suddenly you hear the growling from the other room again.
Do you hear something, Mr. Whalen?
What? Now he's standing over by the gas can at this point. He says, I don't know, is there something in here? And suddenly you hear this screeching, growling thing. And he suddenly backs up and this woman thing comes leaping through the doorway and lands on him. And he yells and you see it sort of bury its fingernails into his chest and rip at his clothing. His clothing gets torn. He's like, what? Like this.
Someone grab her!
Eli will sleep.
All right, Eli, you try to leap and grab her. And as you do, you hit the ground and there's nothing there. Just as the door behind you squeaks and Mr. Whalen comes around the corner and he says, is everything all right? And that's probably a good spot to take a 5-minute break.
5 minutes later.
So you're standing there, and Mr. Whalen says, a lot of our guests have arrived. Dinner should be served, within the next half an hour.
Thank you, sir. We shouldn't be too much longer.
It's a nice car, isn't it?
Beautiful car. You haven't gotten a call from the garage people by any chance, Mr. Turner?
I haven't heard the phone ring. Of course, Jeremiah would answer if it rang.
As generous as you have been with your hospitality, of course, we have people waiting for us in Ottawa, so maybe I'll phone the garage again if it isn't an inconvenience.
Of course, anytime.
We have shaken this guy's hand when we were introduced to him, haven't we?
Yes.
We've actually touched him.
Was there a sanity roll for that last thing we saw?
You can do a sanity roll if you want. I think you're all more open mouth. Just
okay. Okay, I passed mine.
I'll just say if you fail, you lose a point. So he says, well, when you're ready, join us back at the house. And he walks back to the house. You see him walking.
Forgive me. We all saw the same thing just then?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Eli gets up off the ground. I definitely saw something.
So let's make a careful search of the garage. If it's possible, we might be able to siphon gasoline from the tank of the rolls, although if it's been sitting for a couple of years, the gas might not be any good.
That's what I would guess, yeah. I'll check, though.
We might not be able to use the car. I wish we could, though.
Is there any blood on the site of the attack?
Nothing.
Is there anything in this bay of the garage that's sculptural?
No.
That might say have a sigil carved into it? All right. So I'm going to go to the middle bay and just look for gas. And
you search the entire garage. There's nothing.
Dr. Webster's going to walk outside the garage and just collect himself.
All right.
Is there a number plate on the Rolls Royce?
Yes, there is. It's Massachusetts. No, it's Vermont plate.
Vermont. Okay, so a regular plate.
Right.
Did you all say that was his wife? Is that what you said from the painting?
Yes.
Indeed.
I don't think she died of consumption.
Oh. There was no blood on her mouth.
I don't think consumptives turn
blue.
I think she probably drowned, don't you, Dr. Eve?
That is certainly a possibility, but
I'm going to walk around to the well.
What do you think Wayland died of then?
I'm not sure.
I mean, we just saw him get mauled by
his
that
wife.
thing.
Yes, and he had that lapse of memory beforehand. It's like there are, in psychology, people often repeat traumatic experiences in their lives. They recapitulate circumstances that were profound.
Yes.
And it's as though this place is doing that.
Dr. Martin, are you implying that this place has its own psychology? The grounds itself?
I'm implying that 5 people who individually considered themselves and each other to be lucid 7 hours ago just saw a discolored maniac woman tear a man to shreds and then vanish.
And then he reappeared like nothing happened. We all saw it. So unless we are all going mad, there's something here.
I suppose we should consider the possibility that Miss Linwood put a strong psychoactive agent in our tea and water.
I never drank mine.
Oh, I drank mine.
Oh, speaking of which, that pocket flask you had, would you mind?
In this circumstances, absolutely not.
I'll have it after you.
Flask.
This calls for whiskey.
And I'm going to go and look in the well because I have a feeling that's where Evangeline remains.
I'd like to take a look at that mausoleum.
I would want to look at the mausoleum first.
Well,
because I'd rather
the well's on the way.
You are, you'd have to go past the well to get
perfect.
Right, that works. Let me check on Archie first, and then we'll do that.
Archie, you are standing outside, looking around the grounds. Do a spot with me for me.
That is a pass.
Okay. So you're standing there for a few moments, and you're looking around the grounds, and you're still feeling the sanity difficulty from whether you actually saw something or not, and you're shaking your head and trying to pull yourself together, and you open your eyes and you look around, and the property that you're on is dilapidated. All of the plants are dead, except maybe for the trees way off in the background. The house looks like it's in bad repair. And it looks like there are little bits of snow that are beginning to waft down from the clouds above. And then you blink your eyes and everything is back to the way it was. You can do another sanity roll. You're getting a lot of sanity rolls.
I failed again.
Okay. Just do just take 2 points of damage and you probably go, ah!
Archie?
It's not what we think.
Okay.
It's not what we think, Eve.
All right. What happened? What did you see?
It's not well kept. It's not perfect. It's none of those things. It's broken. It's wrong. It's all wrong.
All right. So all of this, when you say that, it's not well kept.
I mean, it is now, but it wasn't then. I don't know how to describe it. There's something deeply, deeply wrong about this place, Eve. We have to go.
I put my hands on his shoulders. I believe you.
And that brings some small comfort to Archibald at that time, and he just calms down for a moment and just takes a couple deep breaths and tries to gather himself at that point.
All right, the rest of you step outside.
I'm gonna let them know because she saw something. I think we might be. I think this place isn't just. I think there might be. I think there's a spell here, or a ritual, or something.
They did say not to go upstairs. We could just barge on in.
I am not entirely certain I want to know the rest of this, but she says, but if Quilton, you remember the wires in the chandelier?
Yes.
What if that was something breaking through?
Are you all walking towards the well, as you're saying?
Well, I was presuming we weren't moving, but we could probably do that after I mention this.
Did only Archibald see that scene that you described for a brief second, or did we all see that?
Only Archie.
Only Archie did.
He stepped outside.
But at this point,
Right.
I have absolutely no reason not to believe him after everything we've seen.
Archie, you get the funny feeling that it might actually also be colder than what you guys think that it is.
I start shivering and looking at everybody. I've clearly lost something along the way. Like I am not in the same place as everybody else around me. And I'm just shivering and going, it's not what we thought. We need to leave. We need to go.
We could We could spend the night in the town car and, perhaps take turns to try to flag down a passerby rather than remaining here. Obviously Archibald is under some strain, and I think all of us are perhaps confused or disordered.
Did you bring any sedatives with you, Palermo?
Any
sedatives?
Sedatives? Oh, while a practicing psychiatrist, I wasn't expecting to treat anyone at the conference in Ottawa.
A flurry of snow suddenly starts to fall, and the temperature begins to drop.
Whatever's going on, we need to seek some shelter pretty quick.
Was it snowing?
Just cold. We just have to go. We have to go.
There's nowhere for us to go, Archibald.
Wayland said that the other guests had mostly arrived. There are still no cars here, is that right?
Correct.
But the house is gaily lit as if a party were underway?
There are some lights. Do a spot hidden for me.
That's a success. Regular?
There is no smoke coming out of any of the chimneys.
It seemed like a bit of a warm day for there to be fires in multiple rooms. But I'm not used to manor houses, really. I'm sort of a city boy.
I go over. I'm familiar with the manor. What's the, what is it?
There were fires blazing in the hearths in at least 2 rooms. There's no smoke.
I look.
No smoke.
There should be.
There should be.
If there's a fire, there should be.
Are there lights upstairs as well as down in the windows?
Yes, there are. The snow increases. It starts to get very cold.
Let's try the front gate. I have a foreboding about it, but if we can get off this property, it'll be May again, right?
Perhaps. It should be.
I don't think there's any logic in this place.
No.
You're now behind the house. Are you going to continue going to the well or turn around and go?
I think that there's a sense of panic, and we're going to abandon our exploration and just see if we can get off the property.
Okay.
Is that people's feeling?
At this point, I want nothing more to be away from here. I'm not even sure I want to know the rest of it anymore.
All right. So, since you're in the back of the property now, you probably aren't going to bother to walk around the circle to get out. You're going to walk straight.
Directly.
So you're going to go right by the house. You're going to go around the house. As you approach the house, you're now getting kind of a good look for the other parts of the house. There's actually a whole back end to the house, probably servants' quarters. Your best guess would be that the servants' quarters were originally separate, and then they were joined to the house at some point. I want you to all do spot hidden rolls.
The house in the picture I thought looked a bit Victorian. Is that right?
Yeah, a Victorian, probably.
So probably a stone foundation and wood construction mostly?
Correct. Yeah, probably a basement, probably an attic.
Hard success.
Failure.
Okay.
00.
As you are approaching the house, there's an upstairs balcony. And Dr. Eve, something looks just a little funny about the balcony itself. And as you get closer, you notice underneath the balcony on the ground, there are some odd, at first you think that it's snow, but then you realize that it's sand, that there are little trickle piles of sand, little cones of sand, as if there was a whole bunch of sand on the second floor. And some of it has leaked and trickled down to the ground. It's very strange. And the snow starts to get harder and the wind is blowing. It's very
We have
cold.
to get moving, but for some reason there's sand on the second floor. It's falling off the balcony there.
It's as if somebody dumped a huge quantity of sand on the second floor, and it's out on the balcony, and it's, little bits of it have blown off the edge. And
they're mounds like that, or
yeah, little mounds like that.
how big?
Nothing larger than 5 or 6 inches,
Okay.
centimeters, 10 centimeters at the most.
And this is in the house.
This is
Yes.
outside the house under the balcony.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, like there's enough sand on the second floor to literally be falling off the balcony.
Right.
Can we see the sand on the balcony?
You think so? Along the edges, yeah, it's a little uneven, as if somebody had covered the entire balcony with sand.
I'll go to one of the piles and see if it's actually sand or something else.
It's sand. It's
Is it warmer than the air temperature?
It's not. It's cold, and it seems to be very, very. I would say a high grade. It's almost white. It's yellowish white, but it's very even. There's not a lot of little specks in it.
Very fine, clean sand.
Very clean sand.
I suppose this could be some part of Veronica's ritual.
A specially prepared area.
I think we've overstayed our welcome. Let's leave.
As you move towards the front of the house, a couple of things happen. One is you can see down the gate, which is still 100 feet away from you. You can see this long-haired woman thing in the snow, and she's walking back and forth like she's pacing, waiting like a wolf. She reminds you of, and you can even see from this distance. You can see these. She's got these fang teeth. And as this is happening, the wind starts to come up, and you can feel that the wind is coming from her direction, like a blast of blizzard. It's almost unbearable. And just about that time, the front door on the house opens up, and Jeremiah steps out onto the porch, and he says, dinner's almost ready. You should come inside. It's very cold out here.
Thank you, Jeremiah. I think we'll be just a moment.
Well, you're going to catch your death of cold. You wouldn't want to freeze to death out here.
No, indeed. The guests who've arrived, how many are there now?
There are 15 people here now.
Did they drive here?
I don't
Jeremiah?
know. I was inside when they came to the door.
Of course. How many Goodmans are there?
15.
Oh, they're all Lesters?
They're all Lesters. Of course they're all Lesters, yes.
Well, it's our first dinner, so we didn't know.
Well, you were unexpected, but yes, please come in and meet them. They're all fascinating.
I'm sure. If you'll forgive a stranger's impertinence, Lester and Veronica, are they suitors?
Oh, Miss Veronica and Les? Oh, no.
No. So sorry.
Lester's a businessman. Couldn't
Rare books.
have him married. Yes, Rare Books.
Quite.
He's done quite a bit of business with Mr. Wayland.
Lester, what's for dinner?
We have roast beef and potatoes. My wife is a very good cook.
Yes, we just wanted to look over the grounds a moment more, and we'll join you.
We might catch you to have jackets or anything.
I'm sorry, we've been driving for so long. What date is it, Jeremiah?
What date is it? And he looks at you and he's like, why, it's I don't seem to recall, but I believe that it's and as he's thinking, and you see this sort of confusion wash over him, the wolf woman suddenly stops in her tracks and comes running in his direction. So she's running in your direction as well. And as he's just at the last moment, he sort of looks up in confusion as she leaps in the air, and you can see that her fingernails are long and saber-like, and she lands on him and begins tearing him to shreds, and he screams and then vanishes, and the door opens and he steps out and says, oh, you're going to catch your death of cold out here. You should come inside. Dinner's almost ready.
Is she still at the gate?
She's back at the gate, yes.
I'm sure. Thank you.
Yes, we'll be right in, Jeremiah. Thank you very much. Looking forward to meeting more Lesters.
And he's like, very good. And he turns around and goes back inside.
Does anyone remember what I asked Mr. Wayland before she attacked him?
You were asking about it. You were asking about Veronica.
Yes. Veronica and raising her alone.
Right. Right. Well, I think we should look at the well and the mausoleum. I think we need to look for more of those glyphs. She's not going to let us leave here unless we do something.
Everybody do Constitution rolls.
Quite cold.
Match.
I think pass.
Hard.
So I don't know what that means.
Nope.
Success. You succeeded. If you match.
If you succeed, you think you can weather the cold a little bit longer. If you fail, you think you're going to die. It's really freezing cold. You're starting to feel your skin. You don't want to
Between
get
the sanity
frostbite.
and the cold, I'm going inside. So whether anybody else follows me or not, Archibald starts to wander into the house.
Don't let him go alone.
I'll take care of Archie. He's my friend.
I think we should all stick together. I think self-preservation of the group is at our utmost at the moment.
Yes.
I think if you can, you should check the mausoleum. But do what you wish. Come on, Archie. I put my arm around her shoulder.
What do you think? Bear a few more minutes of it?
If we make it very quick, but I have a very bad feeling.
I'm hoping I'm mad at this point.
So Archie and Elias are going inside, and the other three going to the mausoleum?
I'm with you, Palermo. I'm used to the elements for the moment anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
We make this quick and then we get inside. We can't. I'm not sure how much longer we can take it.
Archie and Elias, you get to the front door and you step inside, and it's perfectly warm inside. You can feel the warmth. You're quite comfortable once you step inside. Dr. Palermo, Dr. Eve, and Dr. Quilton, do power rolls.
Hard success.
Also a hard 30 for 80. Regular 30 for 55.
Yeah, 27 for 55.
And Dr. Quilton?
Yeah, 44 out of 65.
Okay. You guys begin trudging forward, and you're now about to the back of the house. And you do realize there are other means to get inside the house. There's back doors. There's servants' quarters doors and so forth. For every 5 or so feet that you move forward, the snow starts coming down worse. It's almost falling in buckets. You push forward through it, though, through the cold. You are now starting to get afraid that you could easily get frostbite, but you make it to the well. Wait, was mausoleum or well?
Well was first.
Okay.
Probably still closer.
It's on the way.
Right. Well, actually, from the back of the house, there's the well, there's the mausoleum. So
yeah, so well's closer.
All right. You get to the well, but by the time you get to the well, you are in mortal fear that you could freeze to death in the cold. You step forward to the well and you look down. Everybody do a spot hidden thing.
Normal.
98.
Fail.
Who got normal?
Regular for me.
Okay. Dr. Quilton, you said fail, Dr. Quilton?
98.
Oh, you got 98.
I got a 90. I failed.
All right, Dr. Quilton, you look down and you can't quite see the bottom, but you can tell that maybe 20 or 30 feet down, you can see a little bit of the sparkle of the water that's way down there. It's mostly stone that the well's been made out of, but you don't really. It's very dark down there. Dr. Martin, as you're looking down into the well, you also see the sparkle of the water, but there's something. At first, you think there's something like blocking it. There's a bucket, but the bucket is down at the bottom. The rope's coming up. It's unwound itself. And at first you think maybe it's the bucket that's blocking your way, but then as you look, you suddenly notice that about 20 feet down, that thing that you think is Evangeline Wayland is climbing up the rocks towards the three of you.
Inside, enough. She's down there.
Quilton, let's go.
All right. So you go running, and just as you're getting to the house, Dr. Palermo, you see her rise up out of the thing, like that girl from the room.
So into the kitchen door? Is that what's in the back?
In the kitchen door? Okay.
Whatever the back door, whatever closest door there is.
Closest door we can get in.
Okay. It's unlocked. You go inside. And as soon as you go inside, it's a fairly nicely appointed kitchen. It's warm. There's a couple of pots of stuff bubbling on the stove. Do a spot hidden for me.
Is there any snow on us still?
Extreme success. 10.
Yeah, when you step into the door, you still have snow, so you have to kind of brush it off.
Hard success for spot hidden.
Okay.
Regular.
Extreme.
All right. Those of you who passed, you notice there are vegetables here and there that we're in the process of chopping, and there's what smells like fresh baked bread, and the smell is quite good. There is a pantry door, and there is another door that from its placement, you're guessing it goes back to the servants' quarters, which you can guess is probably the Rosemary and her husband's house. Mm-hmm. Dr. Eve, as you guys are starting to move through the kitchen, you notice something over on one of the pots that's boiling, that's cooking. It smells good. It smells like some delicious soup of some sort. but suddenly something comes up onto the edge and jumps down onto the stove, and it is a big fat rat. But it's not covered in any kind of liquid, and it quickly skitters off. You can do a sanity.
Yeah. Pass. 26 out of 52.
All right, you're just sort of like, so you're expecting things to happen, so you're kind of braced for it. And about that time, Rosemary comes back into the kitchen from the pantry, and she's like, "Oh, dinner will be served in about 5 minutes."
Of course. Let's not clutter up the kitchen, shall we?
You guys all notice that Dr. Eve is suddenly quite frightened by something that she's obviously seeing and that you guys are not seeing. Rosemary says, "Well, we're having roast beef and potatoes, and we've got some soup, and we've got some vegetables, some fresh bread, and I've made some dessert."
Does it look? Sorry, does it look like she's cooking for the amount of guests that we know?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of food being prepped.
Okay.
Although it doesn't look like dinner will be served in 5 minutes, because there's still vegetables that have just been there. They've been chopped, but they haven't been cooked. It seems like the kitchen is in the process of prep. You also notice that there's a couple of interesting things. There are some big mortar and pestles, and there are a number of ingredients next to them. There's bottles of olive oil, and some odd look. It almost looks like little rock candy of some sort. You're not exactly sure what it is. And there's a number of containers that have unusual things written on them. It looks like frankincense and myrrh and cassia, things that you wouldn't eat, but you would make incense out of.
I'd like to pick up some of the crystalline material and see if what it smells like, feels like, if I could recognize it.
Now that you look at it, it definitely looks like crystals of resin, of tree resin. You're pretty sure it's incense. It's frankincense. Little grains of it.
Is Rosemary still in the room, or have we left?
Yes, she's going over and stirring the pot.
Let's not disturb. Like, we won't keep you. And I edge my way out the door into the hallway.
Okay.
Well, into the dining room, probably.
You're going like into a part of the hallway. It goes straight to the dining room.
So we should find Archie and Elias.
Yes, let's. Or rather, yes, let's.
All right. Archie and Elias, as you went in the front door, there's a bit of noise. You can hear people talking, all male voices. And as you come around the corner, the door to the parlor is open, the door to the library is open, and the door to the dining room, which you haven't really seen yet, is open. And going in and out of the rooms and chit-chatting and drinking coffee and smoking cigars are a lot of Lester Goodmans. And they all seem to be quite pleased with enjoying the company of the other Lester Goodmans. But you're thinking there's at least 10 or 12 of them.
Well, I'm going to look for the closest fireplace and put Archie in front of it.
Okay, there's the parlor. There's definitely one there.
Okay, that's where we're going.
In the parlor.
I'm going to follow Dr. Jackson, and I'm going to sit down wherever he puts me.
For the next 5 or 6 minutes, you are systematically introduced to all of the Lesters, none of which have met you yet, by the other Lesters who have met you. And it seems so incredibly surreal, but what the hell is going on? Dr. Eve and Dr. Quilton and Dr. Martin, you make your way out of the kitchen and you're in the hall and you encounter exactly the same dining room. The house is sort of now open so that people can mingle, and they're mingling and they're having animated conversations, and you're introduced and you're it's surreal.
I make this pleasant conversation as I can manage at the moment. And as soon as I can get everybody alone, or at least away from most of the Lesters, there is nothing in that pot. There's nothing in that kitchen. Other than, let's just say, four-legged ingredients.
Did you see the daughter by chance?
No, I've not seen anything. As I said, except unless you count a rat crawling out of the pot on the stove with nothing on it.
We were told not to go upstairs. I think we should check it out. Try to find the daughter. It's the only person we haven't spoken to.
I have a feeling Veronica's at the center of all this.
I'm not sure that that violating the agreement we've been asked to honor with the household is a good idea. I think we should stick together, though. So let's.
Well, there's nowhere outside we can go. The weather's just extreme
and getting worse, and the lady of the house is a very effective keeper. I would like to ask. I would like to. So I'm sorry. We've collected amongst the Lesters in which room?
You're kind of actually in between them all. You're in the hall. There are Lesters in all of the rooms. You don't see Wayland or his daughter at the moment.
I'm going to go to the library. Oh, well, actually, I'll tell my fellows first. I'm going to ask the Lesters if they know where other of these symbols are. They've all been to the house before.
I think they'll say.
All right. So you go in there.
If I point to the one on the lectern and say, "Are there more of these?"
I don't know what that is. Never noticed that before.
Did you sell the Waylands any works by Aleister Crowley?
No, I don't have any rare texts on Crowley. No, I've sold them a few things along the way. They seem to be very, just mild occultists. Nothing sinister or dark about them.
Well, you're from Salem after all, so you'd know.
It's a lot of exaggeration about things, of course.
Of course.
Suddenly, as you guys are standing there, at the top of the stairs appears Wayland and a woman, quite a bit younger than he is, obviously. She seems, best word I would describe would be wispy. Her hair is blonde. It's not well combed. She's dressed in a, you'd guess it's probably black. It's black or dark blue dress. And she seems to have something on her head. looks like ashes or sand, maybe. And he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, my daughter is joining us now. We can move into the dining room." This is what she looks like.
Where did you say the ash was?
On her head. And they move elegantly down the stairs. And the Lesters are all, "Oh, so nice to see you, Veronica." And she sort of half smiles. And she seems to be almost in a kind of, Shakespearean, it reminds you of Ophelia. She's, just sort of there. She looks thin, like she doesn't eat much. And down the stairs they come, and she's holding Waylon's hand, father and daughter. He says, "Please, everyone, into the dining room." And that's where everybody is starting to move. Are you going to move with them?
I think we might have met the only flesh and blood person here, so we should probably intercept her.
Absolutely.
Men, let's go.
Okay. They get to the bottom of the stairs, and your guys are like, that's where you're standing.
Yeah, we've sort of I've been sort of waving Lesters through in a polite looking fashion, but waiting for the Waylons.
My dear, these are our unexpected guests. Their car broke down as I was telling you upstairs. And she looks at each of you, and she puts her hand out. And she says, "Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you." There's no strength in her hand. It's
right.
Charmed to meet you.
I hope we're not imposing on your
Oh, not at all.
get together.
Not at all. Please join us.
I understand it's a special night for you.
Yes, I am about to begin a long and arduous journey to a spiritual journey. Of course, please. We can talk while we eat.
Of course.
We'll head towards the dining room and sit down.
Yeah. So you all take seats. You all sit together, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As near to Veronica as we can, if possible.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Your seats are on one side, maybe halfway down. There's a few Lesters between you and her, and then there's Lesters all around. And they all sit down. And Waylon stands up and he says, "As you all know, my daughter is about to begin the Abermellon Operation. She is going to be sequestered for 18 months. It's a very difficult process, a lot of prayer, a lot of fasting, a lot of reading, a lot of tedious ritual. I tried it myself, but completely failed, mainly because the text I had was flawed. But since then, I found Mr. Lester Goodman, and he was kind enough to give us a more proper text. So hopefully it will work this time. Now, if everybody would please sit, and dinner is served. And Rosemary begins to serve soup.
Does the soup have much aroma?
Yeah, it smells good. I would like you all to do power rolls.
Is there any incense smell around?
There
Nope.
is not. No.
Fail.
Yeah, fell for Elias.
Power, yeah?
Pow, yeah.
That's made it by 2.
Extreme pass.
Also fail.
So Dr. Martin, Dr. Elias, and Dr. Eve, food smells good.
I don't plan to consume anything except water.
I know what I saw. I'm not touching it.
And the bread is somewhat compelling. It looks and smells and feels like bread.
Mhm.
Dr. Quinton and Dr. Archibald, as you're looking around, Dr. Quinton, you're looking down at the soup and the bread, and you realize that it smells wrong. It smells like it's spoiled. Dr. Archie, with your string, you look around, and all of the Lesters are eating rat and picking it up and chewing on it like it's a delicious piece of roast beef, but it's rat. And you look down at your own food, and the bread has maggots all over it, and the soup, there's no soup. Do a sanity roll. And I want to ask, Zach, are you hitting any buttons? I don't know why you keep blanking out.
Oh, no, I'm good. I should be good.
Because you blank out every couple of minutes. If you hit the stop video, you blank out.
Oh, okay, sorry.
-3 for me.
All right. So you're not eating. You're just terrified.
I'm having a very bad time at this point.
Yeah. Like I said, I know what I saw in the kitchen. I am not touching the food.
And I'm not eating it. It's rotten. There's something wrong here.
Do any of you want to talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, there's not. I mean, unfortunately, I'm not sure how far away I'm sitting from Veronica, and trying to talk around the Lesters.
There's just a couple of Lesters between you and Veronica, and she seems very, like I say, wispy.
Is she eating?
She's eating very little. She's like a hummingbird. She's just eating a little bit.
But she is eating it.
Yeah.
She's not pretending
There's
to.
Also there's no wine. There's only water on the table.
You know, Wayland, I noticed the main religious texts were missing from your library.
Oh, are they? What, the Bible?
Quran, the Bible was there, but the Quran and the Torah were not.
I'm sure they're around somewhere. Actually, I have a very nice Torah, one that I obtained from a synagogue years ago. It's actually the scrolls. I have it in a silver case upstairs in my room. A Quran could be anywhere on somebody's desk or next to somebody's bed. It's good reading.
Up in your room? Is that what you said it was?
Yes, probably. I mean, I don't know exactly where it is, but there is a Torah up there. Yes.
Interesting.
We've got part of the upstairs is sequestered because that's where Veronica is going to be doing her Abermellon Operation. It has to be very specific on how it's arranged and so forth.
And what scripts will she be reading?
It's all from the Abermellon. It's very specific what she needs to read, what prayers she needs to say. It's actually a rather tedious process. I attempted it, but it didn't quite go. And he suddenly becomes very, like he's trying to remember something.
I look around. Do I see that creature?
You don't, but do a spot hidden for me.
All of us or just him?
Just him.
I'm going to spend 3 luck to succeed.
Okay. As you look around on the mantelpiece over by the fireplace, above the fireplace in the dining room, there is a statue of a bull.
Bull.
Yeah.
Did you say something, Quilton?
Notice there's a statue of a bull over there. See? When,
Can't see it clearly enough from where you are, but you're going to guess that there's something scratched into it.
Pardon me, Wayland. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Your train of thought seemed to be interrupted. Is there a special age that one should begin the Abermellon work? And this statue, I'm quite curious. I'm going to have a look at it if you don't mind.
That? That'd be my guess. No, there's no particular age. Of course, one needs to be mature. There's a lot of things. One needs to abstain from any kind of sexual involvement. One must be chaste. One cannot eat meat of any kind. So this is the last piece of meat that she's going to be able to eat.
A bit of a Mardi Gras we're having.
Yes, kind of. Yes, it's a purification sort of ritual. Of course, the big part of the ritual comes after the 18 months when she attempts to actually summon her. There's all sorts of instruments that we've put together for the operation upstairs.
And if she were to succeed, what then? She summons her guardian angel, and then what are you hoping to accomplish out of all this?
Well, apparently what one gets is knowledge from the angel directly. Now, she's being very sweet. Her reason for doing this is more my reason for doing it. The reason I wanted originally was proof of God. I want to know if the divine exists. I want to know if there really is something out there. One doesn't get much in the way of evidence.
You said you attempted it before, but didn't manage to succeed. What happened?
Yes. Well, there was something wrong with the text. The French text was incomplete. It gave me the wrong. He suddenly starts to rub his forehead. The ritual before and he suddenly looks extremely strained, like something's very wrong. And Martin, you stood up and you walked towards the statue. And in that moment that Wayland looks extremely confused, all of the lights in the house go out. Everything goes black. And you're suddenly sitting there at the table. And other than than you people, there's nobody at the table. The room is somewhat disheveled. It's obviously hasn't been lived in for years, as far as you know. You can still see there's still a little bit of light coming through the windows. But you guys are suddenly all alone.
Is it snowing outside?
It is. It is snowing very badly.
I slam my hand onto Archie's shoulder. Is this what you saw?
And of course, there's no food in front of you. There's old pieces of stale bread that have almost crumbled to nothing.
There's no sign of rats.
Not in here.
I'm becoming increasingly agitated, and I'm going, "This is it. This is it. This is what I said." And I'm becoming more and more upset as time passes.
All right.
It's
Now,
the statues.
all of you do idea rolls.
Is the statue still on the mantelpiece?
Yes.
Fireplace.
Extreme success.
Extreme
6.
success.
Yeah, an extreme success.
3.
Hard.
Regular success.
Good. Success. You have noticed, as you've sort of been moving around the house, that there are candles. They just weren't lit.
Well, I have
They're
matches.
still there. They're dusty, but they're there.
Grab a candle.
Yeah, I'll start lighting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You take a look at the little statue, and as I say, it's a bull.
Dr. Martin, you figure that out. I'll get all these candles lit.
I appreciate your faith. So we've had the eagle and the human and the
this
bull.
is the bull. The lion. That's the last one left.
We need to find a lion.
All right. The bull looks like this. And you see the sigil on the front. The sigil looks like that.
A short word.
2954.
DMV. I have to go and get their driver's license renewed. I believe that's the word bind.
Bind.
Hmm.
Do an idea roll.
Another one.
Yeah.
Obstacle, prison, bind. I mean, everyone's stuck here. That's a regular success.
Hard success.
Hard success.
Fail.
All right.
Hard.
It occurs to you that these 3 items that you found are located at that end of the house, that end of the house, that end of the house.
Mm-hmm.
The last compass point. Yes?
Yes, like the angels in Eden and the 4 faces of the angel. The lion must be this way.
We need to find it.
Let's go.
I wonder if we can break them or scratch them or something is keeping everything trapped here. I'm so sad that Veronica is gone as well. I thought she might actually be.
No, she's tied to this place too, I think.
There is a moment, you can hear the sound of thunder outside. And
Just know.
as you hear the thunder, the lights in the house suddenly flicker and they come on again. There are no Lesters, but Wayland and Veronica are standing ahead of you at that end of the dining room. And they're like looking around like, what's happened?
Sorry, we don't mean exactly to interfere. Did Mr. Wayland, at the end of the 18 months, did you attempt to summon?
I didn't go 18 months. My text said 6 months.
But you attempted to summon at 6?
Well, that's what I would do, yes, but something went wrong. I don't exactly know what happened, but something went wrong.
Miss Veronica, do you remember when your father attempted the Abermellon workings?
I wasn't here at the time. I was at university. And after his attempt, I, of course, came home because of the preparations that one has to make when a family member passes away. And she suddenly stops. She's like, She turns to her father and she says, "Did you die?" And you suddenly hear a howling somewhere in the house. A howling that sounds like that
Oh no.
thing.
The mother.
Veronica, can you take us to the lion?
The lion?
There's a lion in the house, a statue or sculpture.
I don't know anything about that.
There's a bull in the dining room. Your father's bust in the front, and an eagle in the library. There's one other statue. It has to be a lion. Where is it?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
Which room is in the north of here?
Quarters.
That would be correct. Yeah. She suddenly says, "What on earth is that?" Around the corner, that it came down the hallway, is that woman thing. And it runs at Veronica, and Veronica screams as it comes to her. It grabs a hold of Veronica, and it's like it's trying to abduct her. So it grabs her, and it starts running towards the wall, and it's pulling her along. But the thing goes through the wall like a ghost, but Veronica doesn't. And Veronica smashes against the wall, and there's a splatter of blood, and she crumples to the ground in agony, and then she's gone, and she's still standing next to Wayland. And they're all looking at you like they're surprised. She says, "I think something went wrong. Perhaps my father thought that he was finished with the Abermellon Operation and then attempted to summon
The
something.
angel.
But he didn't get the angel."
He got something else.
Now, is this bull statue faced in a weird way? Because I know the bust was faced outward, like
Actually,
outside the
yeah.
house.
If you look at it, it's facing the window.
What
And,
about the eagle in the library? Where was that facing?
the eagle was actually facing out the window, because when you went up to the lectern, there was books there, and the eagle was facing that way.
I think we need to turn these, gentlemen.
Well, let's
And
find the last one first.
Yeah, I think,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson, that's an excellent idea, but we probably need to all four.
I don't know what's going on, but something doesn't want us to leave. And she looks upstairs. She says, "Maybe there's an answer, but I don't remember what it is. Because apparently I'm dead too."
All right.
Maybe the lion's upstairs.
Question keeper. The 4 other statues, which compass points were they on?
East, west, and
Library
south.
west.
Because north is its quarters.
Yeah,
So the only one we're missing is north.
is north.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we could try the servants' quarters and then go upstairs.
I have a feeling if it's not there, well, we'll see.
Elias picks up Archibald, waves his hand in front of his face.
As you guys make that decision and you start to move, Wayland puts his hand on somebody's shoulder and he says, "Wait, there is something very dangerous here. If there is a demon loose in this house, then we need to find a way to send it back. And the only thing that I can think of that might have a clue would be the Key of Solomon.
It was in the
Solomon
library.
was supposed to be able to control demons."
I was in the library. We need to make a stop for it.
All right.
We have to go there anyway.
You do. Are you aware that this demon is in the guise of your wife?
Evangeline? That's very strange. Must be because I was thinking of my wife during the ritual. I gave it form. That might make it difficult for me to do anything. There's something missing. And Veronica says, yes, there's something missing. Something, maybe a warning, maybe something that I did, she says, that I can't remember. Maybe there's something, but I don't know what it is. So what do you guys want to do? You're actually not that far from the library.
Maybe there's more information can be gathered from that book.
I'd like to grab the book, and then we need to try and find that lion.
What language is the Book of Solomon written in?
This is a translation of the Key of Solomon, so it's in English.
What was the original in?
Probably Hebrew. So concept
I have Greek.
I am versed in Hebrew.
The concept of the Key of Solomon was that when God told Solomon, ask me for anything and I'll give it to you, Solomon's choice was, I would like wisdom to govern my people.
Right.
So God was so pleased with such an answer that he pretty much gave him all of the wealth and power that he didn't ask for, as well as all of this knowledge. And part of that knowledge had to do with the summoning and binding of spirits. Supposedly the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem was built by spirits, not by human beings, because he simply commanded them. So all of that information is written in the Key of Solomon about binding and controlling spirits. All right, so you grab the Key of Solomon, and it is, this is a translation, so it's probably not complete, but he shows you two things, Wayland does. He said, this is literally called the Key of Solomon. And what you have to do is find a flat stone-like surface on the ground, and you have to draw this entire thing out. And then you have to use your will to summon that demon thing. And if you can get it trapped inside, then it will be sucked back down into hell where it came from. Now, you don't have to draw the entire thing. That would take for quite a while. But you can do the triangle of Solomon, which is the top part of it, in various colors. You have to do that on the ground. We have chalk because we did these kind of rituals and things in preparation.
Where in the house did you mark this?
We did them halfway between the house and the servants' quarters. There's kind of a storage area, but it's all a cement floor.
Raj.
Right, and quite in the center of the four cardinals.
Indeed.
We need that lion.
Would there be another one? It's a triangle, not a square.
Well, it's a circle within a triangle within the square of the four cardinals. In the illustration, that the four sides were also present, as they are in Genesis.
And Ezekiel. Lots of fours. We need the lion.
Right, and tetragrammaton is the four letters that are the name of God. What's the other word? Do you recognize that? Perhaps Quilton would know. Pneumo something?
That's that looks like Latin.
Primumaton and Anafoxaton. I don't actually know. But Michael's name is written in the center.
The Archangel Michael.
Archangel Michael.
Yeah, still we haven't been upstairs.
Did Veronica come into the library with us?
Yes, she's there.
She and Father are hand in hand. Veronica, you think that you might have made an error upstairs?
I don't remember. Something is blocking my mind. Something is keeping me from understanding what happened. But somehow we're all trapped here. And we can't seem to move on.
No, there's a demon that wants to hold you all here. Do the words prison and bind and obstacle bring anything to mind?
I don't remember. I think I used to write some things down.
Well,
in your room, perhaps upstairs.
Could it be this house is the prison?
I think that perhaps Veronica found that her father had. Well, she came back because he died in his attempted working.
Got stuck here.
She might have bound the demon in the house.
And the obstacle, well, no, but we've seen it outside.
Well, on the property.
Or on the grounds.
It's the entire property, it's not just the house.
Not necessarily where these statues are placed.
Right.
Could it be anything to do with their positioning? I mean, they're facing outwards.
I think we want to be careful that we do not change the binding before we learn how to contain the thing.
Normally, in some cultures, a creature facing outwards is a protection.
But what is it protecting?
Whatever's on its other side, on the other side.
Archibald.
Like, for instance, they're placed on a doorway to protect a household.
Archibald, with what little sanity he has left, removes the screwdriver from his pocket, and he's now holding it as though it was a weapon of some sort. And he's going to walk upstairs, and he's going to explore.
Eli will follow.
He's a bit out of it at this point, so he's not completely in control, but he's going to go up there.
Okay. Archie, you get to the top of the stairs with Zach right behind. I'm not Zach. Dr. Ilias right behind you. What do the other three want to do?
Should we stay together?
I'm going to at least go to the stairs with them. If as soon as they reach the top of the stairs, they get torn to shreds, I'll be happy that I'm downstairs. But we might need, and I'm going to invite Mr. Wayland and Veronica to come with us. They might help us find something upstairs if nobody gets torn to shreds.
All right. They follow behind you. Okay.
So I suppose I'd rather us not split up.
All right.
But
so
I'll be at the bottom of the stairs as well.
So there's three of you at the bottom of the stairs, and Dr. Elias and Dr. Archie have gone to the top. There are three doors along this hall, 1, 2, and 3. What do you want to do? And there's a bathroom. It's a bathroom on the end.
Archie, I'll take 3. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
I'll follow right behind my comrade there.
Okay. So you go all the way to the end of the hall and you open up that door.
Are they now out of sight from the others? the rest
Yeah,
of
you
us?
can see them. They go on the landing and then they disappear. Do you guys move to the top of the stairs? No, nothing attacks them.
All right.
If nothing
Yeah.
attacks them, then they will venture
Yeah,
up at least to the landing so we
Okay.
can see them.
Thanks, guys.
Right.
You're at the
Way to
landing.
couch it. Holy smokes.
You're at the landing looking. You're all at the top of the stairs. They've gone to the end of the hall, and they've opened the door, or they're opening the door.
Okay. I call. Do you see a lion?
They do not. All right. As you open the door, you realize it is a very dusty bedroom. You're guessing that it is Wayland's bedroom because it's very masculine. Lots of woodworking, and there's books and things. There's a few books laying on the desk next to the bed. It's a big 4-poster bed, comfortable. You can see there are some closets. And do you step inside?
Yes.
All right. So you step inside, and what do you want to do?
I'm going to be looking for like a notepad, a book with notes in it, anything.
Okay. Very quickly, as you're walking around, you notice that there is something that looks like a journal next to the bed. You pick that up, and
6 months into the Abermellon Operation, it is amazing how the same concept can appear across different religions, albeit wearing a different face and bearing a different name. How do you say that, Tom?
the Bala Achim.
Al-Hakim are God's messengers, part of a heavenly hierarchy, and have no physical form. Although Maimonides propose they are metaphysical representations of the laws of nature and universal principles. They are messengers and agents of God's will. I just don't want to butcher that.
Right.
Also part of a celestial hierarchy, and their forms are incomprehensible. Even in dreams, they manifest in different forms. The various branches of Christianity portray angels differently. Catholicism divides them into 9 choirs and describes them as being forever incorporeal, although the Sephirim are also described as 6-winged. The Cerubium as 4-faced, having faces of a lion, an ox, a human, and an eagle. The thrones as burning wheels rimmed with eyes, etc. Prodistian describes them as genderless and invisible messengers and agents of God's will. If it is required to ensure that God's will is enacted, they can become corporeal. I wonder exactly how I will describe the unequaled beauty of my holy guardian angel when the time comes. I wonder this every day. The last entry. At midnight tonight, 18 months have elapsed in their entirety. Tomorrow I begin the final stage before, if I am successful this time, my holy guardian angel will appear. The next time I write here will confirm my success or failure. I hope for the former.
So other than that, you also find, as he described, there is a kind of a shrine thing on the wall. When you open it up, there are 2 scrolls, which are the Torah, and there is a Quran also next to his bed. So this is where the missing books were. But other than that, the room looks pretty much regular, normal. What are the other
Did
3
Mr.
ones?
Wayland and Veronica follow us up the stairs to landing?
They're halfway up the stairs. They're standing there watching.
I'm going to ask Veronica which room is hers.
Well, my room has been converted for the ritual. It's in fact these 2 rooms. There's a bedroom and an oratory. The oratory is where most of the ritual takes place. The whole thing has to be prepared.
Does one of them have sand in it?
And she looks at you and she says, yes, one uses a wand to write things in the sand. That's part of the ritual. One also has little squares of paper. You suddenly hear howling from somewhere in the house. To write magical squares. The howling sounds closer. It's downstairs somewhere.
The squares of words, right?
Yes.
Like
Veronica,
the
Mr.
Crowley.
Wayland, you should run. The demon is coming for you again.
So they immediately turn around and run back down to hide some.
So the lion's probably not in there.
I think, I'll try the leftmost door if they went to the rightmost door.
Okay.
All right.
So you don't need a strength roll, but you meet some resistance. You turn the doorknob. You know the door is not locked, but there's a bit of resistance. And then there is this odd sound like crackers being crumbled all of a sudden, and the door gives way.
Brittle old bones?
Well, not exactly. Like I said, more like crackers. And when the door gives way and moves in, you can see that there are about 2 inches of sand in this room, and you're pushing them out of the way. But the gap underneath the door and all around the door frame, it seems to have beeswax that was used to keep it, the sand from getting out. And you push the door open. You're looking into what looks very much like a religious space. There is an armoire over on one side that's closed, but in the center of the room, there is a white rectangular altar. It's about 7 feet wide, maybe 3 or 4 feet thick, and maybe 3 feet off the ground, And hanging above it is a lamp. Looks like a very fancy sort of Persian looking lamp that looks like this. It's not lit. It's the only picture I can find.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a big, gigantic thing. There are objects on the altar, and it doesn't take you more than a couple seconds to realize that on the other side of the altar, there's something there. You can see what look like ceremonial robes of some sort, but whatever it is hunched over, and probably somewhat desiccated. You think it's a body.
Dr. Martin, what is it?
It's probably Veronica. The sand on the floor, is it inscribed with symbols?
No, it's just sand.
So we won't disturb any meaningful.
No.
Yeah. Well, let's go over and see whether there's anything to identify her.
Okay. As you go over, what you realize is that it's probably Veronica. There are still wisps of blonde hair on a desiccated skull. It looks like, as the others are joining you now, it looks like she may have actually killed herself in a bizarre way. There's a wooden wand. The wand is about 3 feet long. It's about 2 inches wide at the big end, and it's sharpened like a gigantic stake. You get the feeling from the size of it that this is what you would use to write in the sand. But she's turned it around, braced it against the altar, and impaled herself on it. It's going right through where her heart would be, and she's gripping it for desiccated hands.
Good God.
Did she realize something was going wrong, or what it was?
I think she thought she could escape, and instead she's trapped.
We need to check her bedroom. I think there might be answers there.
Okay, you guys have all joined them. You see this.
Testing on 2.
You also notice that that the back of the altar, what looked like a solid block, the back of it is actually opened, and there are various things in there. There are little incense burners. There are containers that have incense. There is a knife. There is various ritualistic objects. There was what looked like a prayer book, and there are some folded up robes which look very much like the ones that she's wearing. You know, like she's gonna be in here for 18 months. She needs changes of clothes. But all of these ritualistic things underneath there.
Are there any inscriptions on the altar?
There is an inscription on the altar in English. It says, I probably won't be able to find it. It says basically, wherever those who are gathered in my name, I will be there.
Whenever 2 or 3 are gathered in my name,
yeah,
I
something
will be
like
the midst
that.
of them.
There's also a box of matches and some flasks of what looked like olive oil, probably for the lamp.
But no notes, no
No, not in
journal,
here.
diary.
Oh, actually, you do find some odd little square boxes. And when you open them up, there are pieces of paper. They're on parchment. They have drawn out like a grid pattern. And it looks like this is what she would write in for these magic squares. There's nothing written on it. They're blank.
And there's no window in this room, no lion.
There is a there are doors that go. There are French doors that go out probably to that balcony.
Mm-hmm.
However, the curtains are all drawn. Curtains are all closed. Yeah, you don't see any. You don't see any lion.
Veronica's shade implied that we might need those square,
papers.
square papers. I'd like to check the armoire, and somebody should look at that. Is it a prayer book in there?
I'm checking her. Well, I want to check her bedroom because I need to see if there's like a journal or notes or something.
Okay.
And
well,
the
you're
only
all in there now, so.
Right.
And the only sand is limited to that one room.
The sand has been placed in the entire room, about 2 inches deep. There is a wooden plank, like a 2x4, dividing her room from this room so that the sand doesn't spill in. And
Okay.
all of the openings to the room, including if you peek through the curtains, everything has been sealed with beeswax.
And a dumb question, but can we observe anything in the sand that's unusual? A message, anything sticking out of the sand, anything like that?
There's nothing you can see.
Okay.
What did you fellas find in the other room?
Wayland's journal. Take a look. And I hand it to him.
It says that he performed for 18 months.
I look over, but his shade suggested he'd only tried it for 6. Seems like he tried again.
Or he's lying. And he did do it for 18 months.
The forgetful ghost is lying?
Or
Oh, no, because you see here, I point to where it says, and succeed this time, or whatever, however it said.
Right, more than one attempt, perhaps.
Not
Or maybe
remembering the second.
Maybe he did the ritual for 6 months, but expected a result at 18. It might be 2 attempts.
Still, I do want to check. I do want to check Veronica's room.
Right.
So, and Veronica's room, they joined them. So
Correct.
You said there were curtains. Did they take the wall down between? But there's a
place where there was a door that the door's been removed, but like I said, there's like a 2x4 to keep the sand.
and a curtain. Right. Okay.
Well, it's a 2x4, and I go.
Well, you don't have to move.
Step over.
Just
Okay,
step
yeah,
over.
I just sort of ease myself
Right.
over the 2x4, and I go.
It's a nice room. It's dusty. It's dirty because it's been here for a long time. Do a spot hidden for me. This is Dr. Crown and Shield.
I just missed it.
Do you want to use some luck?
How much?
You can use as much as you want.
How much did you fail by?
5.
Oh yeah, do it.
And
Five luck then.
All right. Yeah, 5
All right.
luck. Let's do it.
As you walk over towards her desk where there is stuff on there, you notice that she's got a tear-off calendar.
Mm-hmm.
The last date on the tear-off calendar is Monday, October 26th, 1925.
Oh my. October 1925. No wonder it's still between the snow. What else do I see?
You look around. There's a few religious texts, but you find a journal.
What year are we in?
You're in 28, I believe.
28. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 years ago. Oh my.
You find a journal.
Okay. I come back in to the other room with the journal in hand. Listen. Before beginning the Abermellon Operation, I have said before I did not believe it was a heart attack. My father was murdered. I am certain of this, but I need proof. All I have is the text he followed. That must be it. Lester Goodman sold him the book and lamp. Who is he? Why did he want my father dead? The only way to obtain proof is to follow my father's footsteps and trap the being that did this to him once it appears again. I am confident I can hold it here once it is summoned. I know the odds by which I can interrogate it. If it withstands my questioning, at least I will have it in prison to show others. The authorities will have to believe me then. I will draw upon the power of Saturn to construct a ward that will hold the spirit. Sigils created from its Camilla will mark the 4 cardinal directions and turn the house into a prison it cannot escape. Should the need arise, these may be brought together around the spirit to banish it, akin to tightening the noose around its neck until there is no direction left in which to flee, but back to the invisible world from whence it came. Barrier. That's the lion. Bind. Obstacle. Prison. These words will hold the spirit in Saturn's leaden grip. May the faces of the angels that guard the gates of the Garden of Eden guard this house and prevent any evil from leaving. The last entry. Midnight. 18 months have come to an end. If I fail tomorrow and I follow in all of my father's footsteps, ultimately to my own grave, I hope that someone might one day read this and succeed in bringing the guilty to justice. May the fruit of any victory the spirit may attain prove to be a Saturnine Chalice indeed.
Again, it says 18 months.
She needed to summon the spirit to try and follow what he was doing. Oh, Veronica, you killed, and what did you do? Kill yourself upon realizing it wasn't going to work, or that it did work?
Part of it worked. So we need to find the lion barrier. We need to bring the howling demon into the center of the house and mark it with that chalk. And
use the statues to force it.
Bring them together, yeah, like a noose, which she could not do.
There's enough of us, but those are heavy, I thought you said.
Well, lead, yeah.
Lead, yes.
I mean, we can figure out some means. I mean, the lectern wasn't heavy except for the eagle. We can probably get the bust onto something that slides.
The bull was on the mantelpiece. Someone could probably carry that.
It wasn't huge, but it was very heavy.
Do each of them have a face? So maybe we need to just turn them to face the opposite direction.
That's kind of what the impression I was under.
Because they're all facing outward to prevent the spirit from leaving. If we turn them inward, will that let it out, or will that force it down?
I'm going to take the metaphoric like a noose, literally, as this all seems to be quite...
And what of this Goodman fellow? There's quite a few of those chaps.
Well, I don't know if we'll see them again.
I hope not.
But she reckons that he's the one that killed her father.
And we're still short the lion, correct?
The lion, the barrier.
And we haven't visited the mausoleum yet?
No, we haven't visited the servants' quarters either.
And there's no lion up here, and there has to be a north. There's something at north, there has to be. So.
You said there's a curtain across the window. Can I look out, shift the curtain to look out, see if the weather's still the same?
It's pretty much black outside with snow all over.
Is it still snowing? Does it look like it's snowing?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
By the way, the day she died, October 25th, 1925.
26, I think.
Oh, 26.
25. Or October 26.
Oh, yeah.
October 26, 1925.
I bet it was snowing.
No, 26, 25.
Yeah.
It's October 26th.
Yeah.
I wonder, is everything here frozen except for the house exactly as it was when she died?
Well, no, it's decaying except in their imagination.
Mm.
That's why the sand's leaking out. That's why the kitchen's,
full of rats.
Stepping onto the landing, are the Whalens waiting? Oh, no, they ran off because of the howling.
Right.
They said there was chalk somewhere. Maybe I'll just look in that room between the servants' quarters and the house.
Okay. Are you all going together?
Yeah.
My suggestion is this, that we meet in the concrete room where the marks are to be made. I will take it upon myself to copy them carefully. And then we can break off to retrieve the 4 guardians and bring them toward the center. Unless someone has a better suggestion.
No, the text did say bring them together, so I don't think it would be just rotating them. So I do think we need to bring them.
We need to bring them. We still have to find the lion.
Well, it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Unless Rosemary and Jeremiah are on the side of the demon. I definitely sense that we're going to have more resistance from her.
You haven't seen Rosemary and Jeremiah for a while.
Yeah.
All right. So I assume you're heading down the stairs and towards the kitchen then?
Down the stairs toward the intermediate room. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you go into the kitchen. You open the door.
Sorry, Tom. Are the other guests still communicating with each other? Oh, they've gone.
They're gone. They disappeared when the lights went out.
Gotcha.
All right. You go down into the kitchen. You now see that the kitchen is in disarray. It's old. It's rotted. There's a nest of rats living in one of the pots on the stove.
I point. I saw one earlier. That's what it was.
You get to the interconnecting door and you open it. And what's beyond is kind of a storeroom. It is literally the interconnecting part that they built between the servant's house and their house. You can see from the foundation that it was once probably outside. It would have been like almost maybe a courtyard at one point. There are boxes, some pieces of furniture, and then on the far side you can see a door going to the obviously the servants' quarters. But you could easily push all of these back and you'd have a nice flat surface where you could draw on them. And as you are entering that room, Veronica comes out from behind some boxes and she's like, is everything all right? We ran in different directions.
Yeah, everything seems good. Will you do me a favor and just stand right in the center of this room?
Sure. She says, I have the chalk. She hands you a box of colored chalk.
Veronica, we very much hope to be able to avenge you and your father. But you know more about all of this than we do, so if you see us making a mistake.
I just don't remember. I know that, like my father said, you draw the triangle and then you stand around it and you use the force of your will to command the thing to go into the circle. And once it's trapped in the circle, the magic should take over. It should get sucked back down into hell.
Tell me, my dear, do you remember taking your life?
Taking my life? And you hear howling in the house when she's trying to remember.
Where's the chalk at this point?
She's handed it to one of you.
Elias has it. He'll hand it over to Archie.
Okay. I'm going to begin to attempt to draw the triangle in some...
Yeah, just go do that.
Okay.
I'm going to move the furniture to help make the room.
I glance over at Martin because this isn't I say under my breath. It's her knowledge is incomplete.
And we're in the kitchen, Tom?
You are in the storeroom in between the kitchen and the servants' quarters.
Okay. I don't know if this is the correct place to draw the triangle or not, but I'm going to draw it, and I'm going to assume we're going to bring the statues here.
Yeah, it's a flat place that's empty. It's a good place. It's in the center of the cardinals.
She says, I don't know anything about any statues. But maybe I've forgotten something.
Yes, you bound the thing. I won't say the words again. Last time they caused the howler to howl. Dr. Eve, let's go and see if we can find the
lion.
The feline.
Wilton, do you want to come help me pick up one of these statues and bring it in?
Yes, but I'm not sure this is the right way to do things, but I don't think we need to move them from their spot.
Didn't her journal say bring them together?
Keeper?
I'm not going to refresh your memories.
like a noose tightening is what she said.
I mean, I'd like to... Well, okay. Lead on. I'll be right behind you.
What's the worst that could happen? We could enjoy an eternal dinner party with all the Lesters.
Well, they were feeling nice.
All right. So some of you are drawing the figure on the ground. And the other ones, you're going to go into the servant quarters. All right. To the servants' quarters. As you guys step into the servants' quarters, you hear a noise from somewhere in the servants' quarters. What do you do? It sounds like maybe there's...
Jeremiah, Rosemary, pardon the intrusion.
There's a moment of quiet, and then Jeremiah sticks his head around a corner in the little hallway. And he's like, is it safe?
We're trying to make it so.
We've been hiding in here. Mr. Wayland is with us now. Where's Veronica?
She's with us. We're trying to trap it.
All right, Mr. Wayland. They're here. Okay.
Is there a window facing north?
Yes, there's windows on all sides.
I mean, in this area.
You'd have to go farther in.
Well, I'm asking Jeremiah.
Well, yes, on that side of on the north side. Yes, that's where the bedrooms are.
Miss Veronica, before she marked something that was like a lion facing north, and we need to find it.
A lion. There's a little a statue.
That'll be it.
Yes. Where is it?
Yes, I'll take you to it. So he's going to lead you that way. Meanwhile, you guys are drawing the symbols on the ground. You guys suddenly hear once again howling from inside the house, and it seems to be moving closer. Veronica's quite disturbed by it. She says, maybe I'll go with them. So she heads towards the servant's door. You guys go into a bedroom, and indeed, on the far end of the room, on a small little like bed table next to the bed, facing out the window, is the lion, which you've already surmised is Barrier.
How big is it?
It's small, little figurine like that.
Okay.
Wow, is that it? Do we not get to look at that a little bit longer?
Oh, well, you've already figured it out. I can show
Right.
you.
Oh, of course. Yes, of course. Is it face? Oh, yeah, it's facing the
facing
window.
out the window, right.
Hmm.
All right. Do a luck roll, those of you who are drawing the figure.
I thought, oh yeah,
Believe it or not, that's the first natural 0 I've ever rolled.
Nice. I pass.
All right. Dr. Leas, you're looking from where you are, you can kind of see into, through that door and out through the kitchen, and something moves back and forth out there towards the kitchen and starts to move into the kitchen. Dr. Archie, you are very busy drawing on the floor, trying to fill in that green circle in the middle. You don't see it coming, but that demon thing is heading for Dr. Webster. Dr. Zach, what do you want to do? I mean, Dr.
Hey, I'll take it. I'll alert Archibald, because I know Quilton and I were going to go get the statues. So I'll alert Archibald and let bring his attention to what's going on.
Okay. You've got a 000 on your luck. The thing is going to attack you. Do you want to fight back or do you want to dodge?
I'll try and dodge first.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for brawl.
That is a 4.
A 4. Wow. Okay.
Yes.
You literally roll out of the way as the thing with its claws out leaps towards you. It hits the ground, and its claws actually dig into the cement and scratch it as it hits the ground and turns. All of the rest of you in the house, you hear commotion suddenly going on.
He's here.
am I and Dr. Jackson in the same room as Webster?
You were, but you guys had stepped out and you were heading towards the statue.
Yeah, we're going to start bringing him in.
Right. As you saw this thing go by heading towards him. And he yelps. I'm sure he yelps.
Quick keeper question. Did I finish my drawing?
You're almost there.
Okay.
The thing's not going to let you, not going to want you, obviously, to finish.
We have to hurry.
Just to clarify, Archibald's on the first floor,
Yes, you're all on the first floor.
which is not
Everyone's on the level of the ground,
Right.
which
Right.
is
The ground.
not.
Sorry, British say it differently. Yes,
Yeah.
you're on the ground floor.
Okay. So
In
what
this-
room are you drawing the symbol in?
In the room connecting the kitchen to the servants' quarters.
Apparently, that's
The
the
storeroom.
center.
Okay.
All right. What, Dr. Elias and Dr. Quilton, what do you want to do? Are you going to run back? Are you going to keep going?
Oh,
Getting the statue? Or are you getting the lectern?
I think we should give Webster time to complete the drawing. Let's help him out.
all right. I'll follow you.
Okay.
Is there anything nearby that I can pick up and use as a weapon?
There are old broken things, yes, but there are candlesticks and things like that. That it's
A nice weighty
right.
Candlestick, yeah. Ludo style.
Yeah, I'll grab a pipe.
All
Lead
right.
pipe.
Oh, there's probably what are they called? Like next to the fireplaces. There's probably
And irons.
Pokers.
pokers. Yeah. What do the people inside the house want to do?
I'm, hearing the howling demon and some general yelling. I'm probably going to assume that she's attacking some of the other ghosts again, as she's prone to do, and tearing them to shreds.
Well, she sounds like she's just down the hall in the kitchen, or in the storeroom.
Eve, is there anything that we've read that is there anything that keeps it at bay? I mean, so far it hasn't attacked the living, but
Not that I can recall. The Key of Solomon mostly is how we send it back.
maybe if we carry the barrier token in that direction, it will at least limit. We can be behind it.
We had at least. All right, that's the lion. It's right
Okay.
here. We have to get it in there anyway.
You pick up the lion. It's heavy, even though it's small. It's heavy, and you begin moving towards the hall leading towards the door to the storeroom. And as you're moving, the house starts to vibrate like almost like thunder around. As you can hear, it's not loud, but it's definitely having an effect on something. The creature is turning to continue to attack Dr. Archie as Dr. Quilton and Dr. Elias come back into the room. It's on all fours, and it looks like it's getting ready to leap at him and slash with its nasty. But it's also got fanged teeth.
Can we
Yeah, with
distract
lead
it
pipe.
from its attack?
Yeah, you guys going to try to attack it?
Or distract it was what I said.
Okay, yeah, do a persuade roll, I suppose.
Oh. Let's attack it, shall we?
Yeah, you know what? I'll try to get to chase me, so you can finish up. I think that's the way to go. So I'll roll persuade.
I think my charm will work.
That is a 6, so that's gotta be a success.
So you run up maybe and give it a kick, and then start to run away, and it turns and sees you and starts leaping in your direction.
Hey,
it's going to chase you.
I yell and go, Archibald, finish the drawing.
And I immediately drop to the ground and continue what I was doing.
Okay. As the rest of you are coming into the storeroom, you see Archie doing it. You can see the place where the cement has been damaged by the claw marks of this thing, and you see it bounding after Dr. Jackson, as he's scrambling for the door and trying to go back through the kitchen.
Veronica, I think we need your help.
She and Wayland have come out behind you.
If you can get the thing to follow you, we can finish the work.
Okay, you need. One thing is that she says. One thing that we want is we want to get the creature to come in here.
Yes.
We have to get it into that circle.
Right.
She says, and then she says, you need to all hold hands, and you need to think that you want to envision the thing in the circle, and it will be pulled by your willpower.
Oh.
All right. Dr. Quilton, what are you doing? You guys are all kind of freaked out. The thing is chasing Elias.
So do we, I think, just our Dr. Eve and I are going to set the lion down in this room and go for the next piece?
At the North Point. That's where it should go, I think.
Okay.
We're going to
you will
moving.
have to go in the direction of the demon thing.
Well, I mean, there's one.
Right. You'll have to go back through the kitchen. All right.
That's the door.
I get what you're doing.
Yeah.
Dr. Liz, where are you going to go?
The opposite direction. So I'm going to start heading towards the library.
You're trying to dodge, so do a dodge roll.
That's a fat fail.
Okay. It's pretty fast. So as you're attempting to scramble down the hall, the thing leaps and it grabs a hold of your back. And it drives its little knife blade fingernails into your shoulders. You only take 1 point of damage, but it feels like you're being stabbed by ice. It's preternaturally cold. And you scream. You can also do a sanity roll as it grabs you, but it feels very real. And you are bleeding where it's grabbed you.
I pass the sanity.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm gonna let out a nice scream.
You guys all hear him screaming, and if you move into that part of the house, you can see him rolling around on the ground with this thing on top of him.
Eve, wait, Veronica, do you mean we can summon it back in here as soon as the thing is done? We don't need to move anything?
Correct.
But what
Okay.
about the statues? What about them?
She says, I don't know anything about statues.
They're already in place, I think.
But they're turned the wrong way, aren't they?
We'll find out.
Is my drawing done?
Yes, your drawing is finished.
While all this is happening, I'm actually with Archibald waiting to intercept another attack.
Okay. I'm gonna go running after Elias at this point.
Okay.
How many of us must be around the drawing?
All of you. The more, the better.
Shit.
Everyone come back! Come back!
The thing is going to try to kill Dr. Elias if somebody doesn't do something.
Yeah, I'm running in his general direction, screwdriver in hand, chalk in the other hand, apparently.
Okay. Do you want to attack it?
Am I close enough to do so?
Yeah. Okay. You've run up. You're going to attack it.
Does he get a boost because it's very occupied with Jackson at the moment?
Yeah.
I'll give that a shot. I don't know what a screwdriver's
do it with a bonus to it.
That's for drinking.
That's right. What do I all right, here we go.
A brawl. Fighting brawl.
I am way short.
Well,
that's a fail.
You got a bonus. You can roll twice.
Okay. That is actually the slimmest of passes. That's a 24 on a 25.
Okay.
That's all you need.
You managed to jam that screwdriver into its shoulder. Do a 1d4 for damage.
Yep. That's a 1.
All right. Well, you jam it in, and it screams like a woman attacked. You don't see any blood from it, but it writhes away. You do see blood from Dr. Jackson, who's got blood trickling down his shoulders, but it sort of rolls off. In a moment, though, it'll turn and attack again.
I'm gonna, if I have any action left, I'm gonna try and scoop him up and kind of fireman carry, or to the best of my ability, kind of walk him back towards the circle.
All right. What are the rest of you doing?
Getting everybody else around the circle and trying to get them in here ASAP.
And I'm looking at the Key of Solomon and the chalk drawing and making sure that things are correct.
Yeah, Dr. Archibald got
and
it
chalk and
correct. Now, if you had to do the whole thing, that would take a long time.
the snake itself.
Dr. Quilton, are you moving back into the room?
Where the drawing is, yes.
All right. So you get back into the room, and the thing is howling in the other room. The Whalens and the Linswoods join you so that they're in the room. Now we have to use our willpower. So who has the strongest will? I need a group willpower.
That is what?
Power.
Power?
Yeah.
55.
Me too.
It's 65.
65.
Yeah.
So one of you can roll. Or
Quilton, it's all you, baby. If you do the hands.
Yeah. Let's do the hands. Okay. Wait, how much luck have you got? No, that's
I got tons.
Tons.
Yeah.
More than 57.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you do it, just in case you need it. That's awful. Sorry. That was bad role playing.
55. So I mean, I'll spend as much luck as I can to make it a hard success. So I'll spend 50 to make it a 5.
all right.
Wow.
You all start concentrating. You all start thinking. You've all seen the thing. It's scary. It's horrible. It's sort of blue-greenness. You're trying to get it into that circle. You're trying to envision it there. And the thing starts howling. You can hear it thrashing around somewhere in the house. And suddenly, in the hallway and through the kitchen, you see it being dragged, like it's trying to dig in its fingers, and it's being pulled towards the circle. And the house is shaking as the thing is approaching the circle. And then suddenly it sort of lets go of the ground, and it flies through the air, and it lands dead center in the middle of that green circle, and it starts screaming, and you see its flesh starts to fall away, and it's almost as if somebody put their hands on top of it and went like that and slammed it down. And when it does, everything goes dead silent. The house stops vibrating, and the Whalens and the Linswoods are still standing there. They're like, we thought that once you sent it back to hell, we could move on, but we're still here.
Has your memory come back?
No. I still can't remember.
I look over at Dr. Martin. Maybe we should put the lion back.
There's something else that's different. The house is dark. Now it was nighttime, but it's really dark. It's darker than it was, it seems, as you sort of look right. You still got your candles. Your candles are lit, but something's...
Is the temperature still cold?
It's cold. It's gotten much colder all of a sudden in the house. And they're like, how do we get out?
Well, we could turn the
Can we just leave?
guardians. Who
Well,
wants
should we?
to try first?
I think if we're going to do that, we should probably put the lion back.
Who wants to put the lion back?
Well, we took it. We'll move it back.
Who's carrying the lion?
I'd probably
You're
stronger.
probably physically stronger than me.
Dr. Martin, you've got it's heavy, but it's not that.
Yeah.
Dr. Martin, you start walking towards the connecting door, and you open up the connecting door and start into the servants' quarters, and you suddenly realize what's wrong. All of the windows are bricked up. That's why it's so dark.
Was there no rumbling of the house when he moved back with the statue?
Nothing.
I think we've just created a prison.
But
What's Veronica look like? Is she?
They look very upset. Like, we thought once the demon was gone that we would be released.
those statues, we should have.
And all this instruction that you've had is from the book.
We don't know what's keeping us here. Could it?
Okay, so we're going to put the lion back where we found it.
Turn them?
Open the door to the outside, and that's also brickwork?
It's bricked up.
And the brickwork, does it look like natural clay brick and mortar?
It looks like brick. There's brick around the fireplace in the kitchen. It looks like the same sort of brick work.
Let's try turning the statues.
We could try to turn all four of them, yes. It's cold. How's the air?
Stale.
And everything still looks old and rotten?
Yes.
Jesus.
You try turning the statues, nothing happens.
That's the one. There's a.
We don't have 18 months to redo this.
The image on the lectern in the library was the eagle, yeah?
The eagle, correct.
Have we determined what those mean? The eagle, the human...
The cherubim, the faces of the cherubim.
The eagle was prison.
Could we just... I don't want to destroy them.
Smash it.
See?
Yeah.
I mean, we could scratch the paint away. They're just
lead.
Incised into the lead.
I think Dr. Jackson had it right.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Josh?
He said, I think Dr. Jackson had it correct. Smash the prison.
Well, it's lead. You can't really smash it. You can just sort of
melt it.
Good luck building a fire that hot. But what if... So it's... I remember on the bust, it was cut into the paint over the lead, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was cut into the lead.
Right. Lead is very soft metal.
Red lead is soft. Let's. I'm going to take a pocket knife to the word prison and just slice it off the eagle.
All right. So you take you're going to deface the sigil.
Yeah.
All right. So you take your knife, you scratch. The second you do that, it's like your ears pop. And the brick all disappears. And Veronica and the Linwoods and Wayland disappear. They're gone. There's wafts of dust coming from around you as the house suddenly feels empty. And then you start to hear a noise. It sounds almost like a horn, like a car horn way off in the distance. Except that it's coming from above you, and it's getting louder and louder and louder.
Get out of the house.
Yeah, Elias, get out of the house.
All right. You move through the dining room, and as you're moving through the dining room, there is light coming from the top of the stairs. Something is shining there, and for a moment, it's kind of a dim golden light, and then it suddenly becomes blindingly white as
Cover your face!
you are moving through the room and towards the front door. I would like everybody to do power rolls.
Fail.
Regular.
96.
All right.
Hard success.
If you succeeded, you get to the front door, you open it up, and you start running. There is no snow anywhere.
Can I spend luck to not fail that?
You can, but we are at the end of the game.
But I don't want to die right as it ends.
All right. Yes, you can spend luck to overcome that.
Okay, yeah, it's like
Dr.
30 some
Palermo
luck
got
anyway.
a really bad roll.
Yeah.
I actually have that much luck, but obviously it wasn't meant to be. I rolled a 96.
Dr. Palermo, as you're running, you look behind you, and moving from the top of the stairs down the stairs is something that you've only seen in like Byzantine art. There is this glowing, blinding light with 6 wings that is shimmering, and there's rainbow light coming out of it. It's coming, and your mind is just awestruck. And it says, "At last, you have released me. How can I reward you? Would you like to see the face of God?"
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm gonzo.
Or are you all
I got
ready?
out.
You can see this blinding
running.
light shining. All right. So you guys are running across the front, getting away. There's this blinding light coming out of the door. If you don't look back, you manage to get to your car. And your car is almost full of gas. There is no problem with your car.
Do we still have the keys? Because this was Martin's car.
You probably left the keys in the car.
Okay.
People back then didn't bother. Do you guys want to wait, or do you want to just run with the car? Martin
Hey, you
has
know what?
not exited the house.
We're at the end. I'm gonna wait. We're gonna wait for Martin to see if he comes out.
I'm
we
keeping
all, we've all just sat in the seats that we arrived in, and we look and see that the driver's seat is still empty. And, where's Martin?
Oh, that's
All right.
beautiful.
You can see
Yeah.
now that there is something inside the house that's shining out the windows like a blinding light. I will show you in the face of God, it says. And it's a voice that's both a whisper and it's thunderous. And suddenly, Dr. Martin, your body is converted almost into pure energy. And this thing wraps its wings and it envelops you, and you're suddenly flying through the sky. Everybody else sees this blinding column of light shoot up into the sky from the house. And the thing takes you and deposits you with all of the other worshipers of Azathoth around the center of the universe, where you scream and laugh for all of eternity. And the rest of you manage to go to nut houses someplace after all this is over. And that's the end of it.
At this point, I'm probably sliding into the front seat, starting the car, we're getting out.
Now the fun part, telling you what was going on. So, any guesses?
I think it was a trap. Definitely a trap. We were fooled into doing that.
Correct.
Ritual.
You were fooled into doing it.
Mr.
No,
Seraph
the ritual was not the whole thing. You were fooled into breaking the sigils. Okay. What this is it is a servitor of Azathoth.
Right.
And when Wayland had attempted the Abermellon thing, what he didn't know is that Lester Goodman is Nyarlathotep.
Oh!
And Lester Goodman gave him a correct translation, but he also gave him a lamp. And the lamp is a chaos lamp. Every time you light the lamp and you use it, which Wayland was doing for 18 months, it drained magic points. And as soon as it reached 1,000 some odd magic points, it summoned the servitor. The servitor appeared, and Wayland thought that it was his guardian angel, and he asked it to see God. And it did exactly what it did to Palermo. Then Veronica came home. Her father was dead. She thought that, they said he died of a heart attack, but she thought that it was that Lester Goodman that must have done something. So she repeated the whole process, not realizing that it was the lamp that was the problem. Mm-hmm. And before she began the ritual, she decided that whatever she would do, she would create the Saturnine Chalice so that whatever she summoned would be trapped there. Now, what she didn't know was that the thing came and it was trapped, and it couldn't return. So what it began doing, and what it was doing partly to you, though we didn't go into it much, it was sucking information out of your brains. It was draining memories. So it immediately began to drain Veronica of her memories, looking for a way to break the trap. So she killed herself so that it couldn't find the solution to the trap. So it sat there, and while they were doing this ritual, they'd sent the servants away for 18 months on a long vacation. When they came home, the thing immediately demanded the information from them. You never found them, but if you'd gone into the basement, the two servants were down there. They had killed them. She had torn her eyes out, and he had ripped himself up because they went completely stark raving mad by this creature. And then it was frustrated. It couldn't find any way to get out, but it was a powerful creature. So when it saw your car, it thought, well, let's try something a little more tactical. And it made you think that your car was out of gas so that you would come up to the house. Everything after that is all that creature. It's just putting thoughts in your head. there was no Wayland and Veronica and the servants were long dead. There were illusions that it was trying to play, but it had gaps in its knowledge. It didn't know what alcohol was. So when you asked it for bourbon, it didn't know how to answer your question. And when you tried to ask it for information on what are these statues, it didn't have that information. So it was trying to fake its way around.
So then what was the Evangeline thing?
That was just the thing trying to trick you. It figured if you found some reason to figure that they were trapped here, you might find a way to get them released. You might find a solution that it couldn't find.
Well,
and
right. But
if you had failed, it would have just killed you and started with the next person that came along the road. And it would have just kept doing that until it found a way.
Something worked.
Yeah, it couldn't get anywhere near the statue. When you picked up the statue and started moving it, the whole house started to shake because the thing was suddenly being restricted. You probably could have pushed all of them together and gotten this entity trapped in between them all. Possibly even driven it back to Azathoth's.
Oh man, I was right.
Anyway, all right, let me go ahead and finish the show. Our players included.
It's gone.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Well, it's gone.
Yeah. Our players included Jen Obertez, Josh Hook, David Gasaway, Yusuf Gita, and Zachary Anaya, with myself as the keeper of the secrets. We have a Discord server where you can chat with the other members. You can set up private games and learn the fine arts of gameplay and game mastering. There's a link below. We're currently producing up to 4 shows a week with music and sound effects added in post-production in order to create a richer listener experience. We provide audio-only versions of our shows, free for you to download from Podbean or iTunes. The cost of all but the show are provided almost entirely by our patrons. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. If you'd like to help support our show, please visit our Patreon account. Just $1 a month helps us a lot. You can find a link in the description below. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answering any questions you might have. This is Tom Rayleigh, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure in the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck, good game.